Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been one to believe in ghosts. I mean, I've watched horror movies like everyone else, but I always chalked up hauntings to overactive imaginations or old houses settling. That changed 6 months ago when I started dating Sarah. She lives in this older home on the outskirts of Melbourne, backing up to some woods. Beautiful place, about 25 years old, with plenty of room for her 5 kids. Perfect, except for one thing she mentioned casually on our 3rd date. "Just so you know, my house has a spirit." I laughed it off. Seriously, who says that? But the way she looked at me, dead serious, made me feel like an ass for chuckling. She didn't elaborate much then, just said sometimes weird things happened, and she'd learned to live with it. I figured it was just her way of explaining away the normal creaks and groans of an aging house. The first few times I stayed over, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. I started thinking maybe Sarah was just a bit superstitious or something. Then came the footsteps. I was in the kitchen making coffee one morning while Sarah was getting the kids ready for school. Everyone was upstairs. I could hear them moving around, but then I heard distinct footsteps coming down the hallway toward the kitchen. I turned, expecting to see one of the kids, but nobody was there. The footsteps stopped right at the kitchen entrance. I stood frozen, coffee forgotten, staring at the empty doorway. Then the steps retreated, moving back down the hall. When I mentioned it to Sarah, she just nodded like I'd told her the weather forecast. "Yeah, that happens a lot. You'll get used to it." But I didn't get used to it. How do you get used to something like that? Over the next few months, as I spent more time at Sarah's place, the incidents stacked up. Lights would flicker for no reason. We'd hear knocking from empty rooms. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Small stuff, unsettling but not terrifying. Sarah told me more about her experiences as time went on. The worst was when she woke up one night feeling like she was being choked. She said she opened her eyes and saw a tall black figure standing over her bed, just watching her struggle. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. After what felt like forever, it just stopped. She could breathe again, and the figure was gone. That story sent chills down my spine, but she hadn't experienced anything that extreme in months. She figured whatever it was had calmed down. I hope she was right. Last weekend, everything changed. Sarah had been reading up on cleansing rituals online and decided to try one. She burned sage, said some prayers, sprinkled salt in the corners, the whole 9 yards. I helped her, mostly to be supportive, still not fully convinced we were doing anything more than making her house smell weird. Man, was I wrong. The night after the cleansing, I was alone in the lounge watching football. Sarah had gone to bed early with a headache, and the kids were all asleep. It was around 11:30 p.m., just me and the TV. I was getting into the game when I felt it. A whisper directly in my ear. A male voice, low and rough, but I couldn't make out what it said. I jumped up, spinning around, but there was nobody there. Before I could even process what happened, every single light in the kitchen and lounge turned on simultaneously. Not just the ceiling lights, but the microwave, the oven clock, even this little RGB wand toy one of the kids had left on the counter. Everything electrical just lit up like a Christmas tree. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, remote still clutched in my hand. I'm not proud to admit it, but my first instinct was to run. I didn't, though. Sarah and her kids were upstairs asleep. Instead, I manually turned everything off, checking plugs and switches, trying to find some logical explanation. There wasn't one. I decided to join Sarah in bed. Football game, forgotten. As I climbed the stairs, the wood creaking under my feet, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like something was watching me. I've never considered myself a coward, but every hair on my body was standing on end. Sarah didn't wake up when I slipped into bed. I lay there in the dark, listening to her steady breathing, trying to calm myself down. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I dozed off during the game and had a weird dream. Then it happened. The ceiling fan above the bed suddenly switched to maximum speed, not gradually, like when you press a button and it cycles through settings. This was off to full blast in an instant, making this terrible rattling noise like it was going to tear itself from the ceiling. The remote for the fan was on the nightstand on Sarah's side, facing away from the bed. There's no way either of us could have hit it accidentally. Sarah woke up, startled by the noise. "What's happening?" she mumbled, still half asleep. I couldn't answer. I was staring at the doorway. Standing there, no, not standing, looming, was a figure. Tall, at least 7 feet, and pure black. Not like a person wearing dark clothes, but like a piece of the night had torn itself free and taken form. It had no features I could make out, just this dense, oppressive darkness, shaped vaguely like a person. As Sarah fumbled for the lamp, the figure stepped backward out of the doorway and moved into the lounge. Not walking exactly, more like it glided. There one moment, gone the next. Sarah turned on the light, saw my face and knew immediately something was wrong. "You saw it, didn't you?" she whispered. I could barely nod. My throat felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air. "The cleansing didn't help," I managed to say. "I think it made it angry." We didn't sleep that night. We sat up, lights on, talking in hushed voices about what to do. Sarah admitted she'd never seen it manifest so clearly before. Usually it was just sensations, sounds, and that one choking incident. This was different. It was showing itself. Morning couldn't come fast enough. Sarah took the kids to school while I called in sick to work. I couldn't face going to the office after what happened. I needed to research, to figure out what we were dealing with and how to stop it. About 20 minutes after Sarah left, I heard it. A loud banging noise coming from the laundry room, like something was caught in the washing machine drum. But the machine wasn't running. I'd checked all the appliances earlier, making sure everything was off and unplugged where possible. The banging got louder, more insistent. It had this weird rhythm to it, almost like Morse code or something. I stood outside the laundry room door, my hand on the knob, frozen with indecision. Did I really want to see what was making that noise? Before I could decide, my phone rang. It was Sarah. "Do you hear it?" she asked without preamble. "The banging? Yeah, it started a few minutes ago." "I'm hearing it too," she said, her voice shaking. "I'm in my car, James. I dropped the kids off and I'm still in the school parking lot. I can hear the banging like I'm standing right next to the washing machine." My blood ran cold. That's not possible. "It's following me," she whispered. "Or it's in both places at once. I don't know which is worse. I told her to stay at the school, to not come home yet. I'd figure something out." But as soon as I hung up, the banging stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting. I went room to room, checking everything, looking for signs of I don't even know what. Everything looked normal. Too normal. The feeling of being watched was intense, like eyes were boring into my back from every direction. In the kids' bathroom, I found all the faucets running at full blast, the water ice cold. I know for a fact they were off earlier. I checked. As I turned them off, I caught movement in the mirror, not behind me, in the mirror itself, like the reflection was moving independently. Just for a split second, my reflection's eyes were solid black, and its mouth was stretched in this horrible grin I've never made in my life. I stumbled backward, nearly falling into the bathtub. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I ran out of the bathroom, down the stairs, and straight out the front door. I sat in my car for almost an hour, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself I was just sleep-deprived and imagining things. When Sarah came home, I told her everything. She looked defeated, exhausted. "It's never been this active before," she said, "not even close." "Has anything changed recently?" I asked, "besides us doing the cleansing?" She thought for a moment. "The kids have been away more. School activities, sports, the house is empty more often." That's when it clicked. Every major incident had happened when the house was less occupied. The choking happened when Sarah was alone. The lights, fan, and my sighting occurred when most people were asleep. The banging started after the kids left for school. "It's strongest when people aren't around," I said slowly. "Like it's been building up energy or something." Sarah nodded, looking pale. "What do we do?" I didn't have an answer then. I still don't, really. We've contacted a few professional cleaners and mediums, but no one's been able to come yet. In the meantime, we've tried to make sure the house is never empty. Sarah's sister has moved in temporarily to help. The activity has continued. Last night I woke up to find my shoes placed neatly at the foot of the bed. Every pair I own lined up perfectly. I never put them there. They had been downstairs in the entryway. The kids have started talking about the tall man who watches them sleep. The youngest says he whispers things, but not in people words. I don't know what's going to happen next. The entity, spirit, whatever it is, it's growing stronger, more bold. Sometimes when I'm alone in a room, I can feel pressure on my throat, just light enough to remind me what it did to Sarah that night. We're sleeping with the lights on now. I've installed cameras, but they frequently malfunction or show nothing when things happen. It's like it knows how to avoid being recorded. I never believed in ghosts before. Now I'd give anything to go back to that blissful skepticism. Because the alternative, accepting that something ancient and intelligent has claimed this house and everyone in it, is too terrifying to face. But face it we must, because ignoring it only seems to make it stronger. Whatever this thing is, it wants our attention, and now it has it. Story 2. I've never told this story in full detail before. Only my closest friends and family know bits and pieces, but after discovering this community and reading your experiences, I think it's time to share mine. Even typing this out makes my heart race and my hands shake a little. I grew up in this old family home in rural Michigan. It wasn't anything fancy, just a 2-story house built in the 1930s that had been passed down through 4 generations. My great-grandparents bought it, then my grandparents lived there, followed by my parents, and finally me. I'm 18 now, but what I'm about to describe started when I was much younger. Our house always had quirks, nothing terrifying or threatening, just little things that became normal to us but would probably freak most people out. We'd hear heavy footsteps in the upstairs hallway at night when everyone was accounted for. The pull-down attic ladder would randomly crash down in the middle of the day when no one was near it. We'd catch shadows darting around corners or see movement from the corner of our eyes. My dad would just shrug and say, "That's just the house settling," or "It's an old place. What do you expect?" We never felt scared or threatened, so we just accepted it as part of living there. But there was one specific thing that happened to me that was different from all the rest. It started when I was about 7. I remember because it was right after my birthday in September. I woke up in the middle of the night, not because of a noise or a nightmare, but because I suddenly felt like someone was watching me. You know that feeling where you just know you're not alone? That's what it was. I opened my eyes and saw my bedroom door slowly creaking open. Just a few inches at first, then a bit more. My room was at the end of the hallway upstairs, and there was always this nightlight in the hall that cast enough glow that I could make out shapes. I wasn't scared at first. I figured it was my mom checking on me. But it wasn't my mom. A small face peeked around the edge of the door. A little girl with blonde hair. She looked about my age, maybe a year or 2 younger. She was wearing what looked like a plain white nightgown or dress that went down to her knees. She didn't look scary or ghostly. She looked like a normal kid, just slightly off. Like when you look at a photo that's been edited but you can't quite tell what's wrong with it. I remember freezing completely. I wasn't terrified, just confused and a little unsettled. The girl pushed the door open a bit more and stepped into my room. She didn't float or move in any supernatural way. She walked normally, her bare feet making no sound on the hardwood floor. Her hair was in these loose curls that hung just past her shoulders, and she had these really big eyes that seemed to catch what little light was in the room. She walked right up to the foot of my bed and just sat down. She didn't say anything at first, just looked at me with this expression that wasn't quite sad, but wasn't happy either, like she was studying me. Then she started to whisper. This is where it gets weird, because I can never remember exactly what she said. It's like trying to remember a dream that slips away as soon as you wake up. I know she talked to me, and I know I understood her at the time, but afterward I could never recall her words. It wasn't like she was speaking a different language. It was English, but it was like my brain couldn't hold on to it. The best way I can describe it is that it felt like she was putting thoughts directly into my head rather than speaking them aloud. I do remember feeling calm while she was there. Not scared, not threatened, just peaceful. Like this was completely normal. I think I even talked back to her, but I can't remember what I said either. These visits lasted maybe 5 minutes. Then she would stand up, smooth down her dress with her small hands, and hop off my bed. She'd walk back to the door, step through, and the door would immediately click shut behind her. Not slam, not creak, just a definitive click. And then I'd go back to sleep like nothing happened. This went on for years, not every night, but regularly, maybe once a month or every couple of months. Always the same routine. I'd wake up suddenly, she'd peek in, walk to my bed, sit down, whisper things I couldn't remember, and leave. I never told anyone about it because I honestly thought they were just weird dreams. Even though they felt completely real, I convinced myself I was imagining it all. Plus, what kid wants to admit they're seeing people that aren't there? Then, when I was about 11, something happened that changed everything. I was eating breakfast with my mom one morning, and for some reason, I decided to tell her about my dreams. I casually mentioned waking up and seeing a little girl in my room. Before I could even finish describing her, my mom's spoon clattered against her bowl, and her face went completely white. She interrupted me mid-sentence and asked, "Is she blonde, wearing a white dress?" My stomach dropped. I nodded, suddenly unable to speak. My mom took a deep breath and told me something that still gives me chills. One morning about a year earlier, she'd been walking past my room early in the morning to go to the bathroom. My door was cracked open slightly, and she saw what she thought was a blonde head peeking around it from inside my room, looking out into the hallway. She assumed it was me and called my name. But when she pushed the door open, she saw me fast asleep in bed. There was no one else in the room. She convinced herself she was seeing things from being tired. She never mentioned it to anyone, not even my dad. But hearing me describe the exact same girl, that was too much of a coincidence. After that conversation, the visits continued, but they felt different. Now that I knew she was real, or at least that someone else had seen her too, I tried harder to remember what she was saying to me. I even kept a notebook by my bed to write things down right after she left, but it never worked. As soon as she closed the door, the memories of her words would vanish from my mind. I was never afraid of her. That's the strangest part. Even knowing she was probably a ghost or something supernatural, I wasn't scared. It felt more like having a secret friend who only visited occasionally. Sometimes I even looked forward to seeing her, as weird as that sounds. When I was 14, our family made a big decision. The old house was starting to fall apart, foundation issues, outdated wiring, the works. It would cost more to fix everything than to just build new. So my parents decided to tear down the old house and build a new one on the same property. We moved into a rental about 20 minutes away while construction happened. The night before the demolition crew came, we went back to the old house to make sure we hadn't left anything important behind. It was weird being in the empty house. All our furniture and belongings were gone, just bare walls and floors remained. I remember walking through each room, saying a mental goodbye to the only home I'd ever known. When we got back to the rental that night, I had trouble falling asleep. I was sad about losing the house, even with all its quirks and creaky floors. Around 2 a.m. I finally drifted off, and then I woke up suddenly. Even before opening my eyes, I knew she was there, in the rental house. The door to my temporary bedroom creaked open, and there she was, the blonde girl in the white dress. She came in just like always and sat at the foot of my bed. But this time was different. She seemed sadder. Her shoulders were slumped a little, and she kept looking down at her hands in her lap. When she whispered to me this time, I got the overwhelming feeling of goodbye. I still couldn't remember her exact words afterward, but the feeling lingered, a deep sadness and finality. After she finished whispering, she did something she'd never done before. She reached out and put her small hand on mine. Her touch was cool, but not cold and solid, not what you'd expect from a ghost. She gave my hand a gentle squeeze, then stood up. Instead of immediately heading for the door, she turned back to look at me one more time. I swear there were tears in her eyes, though none fell. Then she walked to the door, stepped through, and it clicked shut behind her just like always. That was the last time I ever saw her. We moved into our newly built house about 6 months later. It stands on exactly the same spot as the old one, but it's completely different. Modern layout, new materials, nothing left of the original structure. In the 3 years we've lived here, there's been no sign of the blonde girl. No footsteps in the hall, no attic ladder falling down, no shadows around corners. The house feels empty, in a way the old one never did. I'm 18 now, heading to college in the fall. Sometimes I wonder who she was. Was she a child who lived in our house long ago? Was she connected to the land somehow? Or was she tied to the physical structure of the old house, the wood and nails and plaster that had absorbed decades of family life? I've researched the history of our property, looking for records of a young girl who might have died there but found nothing conclusive. The house changed hands several times before my great-grandparents bought it, and records from that era are sparse. What makes me certain she wasn't just a recurring dream is my mum seeing her too. We've talked about it more over the years, and she's just as puzzled as I am. She never felt threatened by the glimpse she caught, just startled. The thing that haunts me most isn't fear. It's the fact that I'll never know what she was trying to tell me all those years. What message was so important that she visited me regularly for nearly 7 years? Was she warning me about something? Asking for help? Just wanting company? I'll never know. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and look toward my door, half expecting to see it creak open and her small face peek around the edge. But it never does. Whatever connection we had seems to have been severed when the old house came down. I don't know if she's found peace, or if she's just gone. All I know is that for a significant chunk of my childhood, I shared my room with a visitor that no one else knew about. And even though it should be terrifying to think about, I find myself missing her sometimes. I still have the notebook I kept by my bed. The pages are blank, except for one entry, the night of her final visit. All it says is, she came to say goodbye. No details, no record of her words. Just that simple fact. I might never understand what happened or why she chose me. But writing this out has helped somehow. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or has insights I've missed. Or maybe this is just my way of saying goodbye to her too, all these years later. The blonde girl in the white dress remains the biggest mystery of my life. one I've accepted I may never solve. Story 3. I've always been sick. For as long as I can remember, my body has been fighting against me. When other kids were running around the playground, I was sitting on a bench trying not to throw up. When teenagers were going to parties, I was at home with migraines so bad I couldn't see straight. Now, at 36, I'm still searching for answers. Growing up in Pine Grove was like living in a bubble. Everyone knew everyone's business, but somehow nobody knew what was wrong with me. My medical file is thicker than a phone book. Neurological symptoms that come and go, autoimmune flare-ups that leave me bedridden for weeks, chronic pain that doctors dismiss as just fibromyalgia, as if that's supposed to be comforting. They've tested me for everything from MS to Lyme disease to rare genetic disorders. Nothing ever comes back conclusive. My mum was always desperate to find something that would help. We tried everything, special diets, supplements, medications with side effects worse than my actual symptoms. Nothing worked. I got used to the look on doctors' faces when another test came back negative. That mix of frustration and disbelief that made me feel like I was making it all up. When I was 15, Mom reached her breaking point. I'd been hospitalized twice that year already for seizure-like episodes that the neurologists couldn't explain. I remember overhearing her crying on the phone late one night, telling someone that the doctors were suggesting it might be psychological. That was the final straw for her. "We're going to Saskatchewan," she announced at breakfast the next morning, stirring her coffee with such force I thought the spoon might snap. "There's someone there who can help you." I didn't question it. At that point, I would have gone to the moon if someone said it might make me feel better. We drove for hours, Mom chain-smoking with the window cracked despite the freezing Canadian winter air. She barely spoke the whole trip, just kept the radio on low and occasionally reached over to squeeze my hand. I slept most of the way. I was always tired back then. The healer's house looked completely normal from the outside, just a regular suburban home with faded blue siding and a garden gnome by the front step. I don't know what I was expecting, maybe some kind of mystical cottage with wind chimes and dream catchers. The woman who answered the door was just as ordinary, middle-aged with graying hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing jeans and a sweater. "You must be Maria," she said, and something in her eyes made me uncomfortable, like she already knew things about me. The basement is what I remember most vividly. It was finished, but not in a way that made it feel like a living space. The walls were painted a deep burgundy color, and there were shelves everywhere filled with crystals, small statues, and bottles of things I couldn't identify. The lighting was dim, just a few lamps and what seemed like 100 candles placed strategically around the room. There was this smell too, not unpleasant but strong, like sage and something else I couldn't place. She had me lie down on a massage table in the center of the room while my mum sat in a chair in the corner. The healer moved around me, sometimes placing her hands just above my body, sometimes touching my forehead or stomach. She didn't say much at first, just made these humming sounds occasionally. I was trying not to laugh or cry. It felt so weird, and I was simultaneously desperate for it to work and certain it was ridiculous. About 20 minutes in, she stepped back abruptly. Her expression changed, and she looked from me to my mum and back again. "Your sister's spirit is always with you," she said. Her voice was different now, softer, but somehow more intense. I was confused. "I don't have a sister," I said, propping myself up on my elbows. The silence that followed was deafening. I looked over at my mom, expecting her to correct the healer, but instead, she had her hand over her mouth and tears were streaming down her face. "Mom?" I said, sitting up fully now. The healer stepped back as if giving us space. "I think there are some things you two need to discuss," she said quietly. My mother's confession came tumbling out between sobs. Before she got pregnant with me, she had been pregnant once before. She'd had an abortion. I sat there in shock as she told me how she'd always felt guilty, how she'd never forgiven herself. "But why?" I asked, too stunned to process what I was hearing. Why didn't you want that baby?" My mom shook her head, wiping at her tears. "Something felt wrong with the baby," she said. I don't want to talk about it." I pressed her for more information, but she shut down. She refused to elaborate, just kept repeating that something wasn't right and that it was for the best. The healer watched this exchange with a sad expression, occasionally nodding as if she understood something I didn't. The rest of the session was a blur. The healer gave my mum some herbs and crystals, wrote down some kind of cleansing ritual for us to do at home, and told me that I needed to make peace with the spirit that walks with me. I was too shocked by my mum's revelation to really process what she meant. The drive home was quiet, except for my mom's occasional sniffling. I had so many questions, but she made it clear she wasn't going to answer them. When I asked if she thought my health problems were somehow connected to this aborted sister, she just gripped the steering wheel tighter and said, "I don't know, honey. I just don't know." That was 21 years ago. My mom died of breast cancer when I was 19, taking whatever details she knew about that pregnancy to her grave. I've thought about contacting other family members to see if they know anything, but my mom was an only child, and her parents died before I was born. My dad left when I was 3, and I have no idea how to find him, or if he even knew about the pregnancy. I'm left with this hole in my understanding of myself, this nagging question about whether there's some connection between this sister who never was and the illness that's defined my life. My husband Jack knows all about it. We met in college. Well, the semester I was actually well enough to attend classes, and he's been my rock through all of this. When I first told him about the healer and my mum's confession, he tried to be supportive, but I could tell he was skeptical. Who wouldn't be? The idea that my aborted sister's spirit might be causing my lifelong health issues sounds crazy even to me sometimes. A few years ago, after a particularly bad health episode that left me hospitalized for 9 days, Jack and I started referring to this potential spirit as Daisy. It started as a joke, a way to lighten the heaviness of my constant health struggles. "Daisy must be acting up today," I'd say when my hands were too numb to hold a coffee cup. Or Jack would come home to find me curled up in bed with a migraine and whisper, "Is Daisy being a brat again?" But over time, the name stuck, and the concept became less of a joke and more of a way for us to process what was happening to me. There are days when I lie in bed, my body feeling like it's being attacked from the inside, and I find myself talking to Daisy in my head. I tell her I'm sorry she never got a chance to live. I tell her I understand if she's angry. I ask her to please let me have just one good day. Is it crazy? Probably. Do I actually believe my unborn sister's vengeful spirit is making me sick? I don't know. But when every medical test comes back inconclusive, when doctor after doctor throws up their hands in defeat, supernatural explanations start to seem as plausible as anything else. Last month, I found a box of my mom's things in our attic that I'd never properly gone through. Inside was a journal from the year before I was born. I was so excited, thinking maybe I'd finally get some answers about that pregnancy, about why she felt something was wrong. But the journal only covered a few months, and there was no mention of a pregnancy or abortion. There was, however, a pressed daisy flower between 2 pages, with no explanation or context. When I saw it, my whole body went cold. I hadn't told my mum about the nickname we'd given to my potential spirit sister. She'd been dead for years before Jack and I started using it. The coincidence was too much. I showed Jack, and even he, my rational, science-minded husband, looked unsettled. "That's weird," was all he said, but I could tell he was spooked. 2 weeks ago I hit a new low health-wise. I woke up and couldn't feel my legs. By noon I was in the ER, and by evening I was admitted for observation. The neurologist ordered an MRI, blood work, a spinal tap, the usual battery of tests that never show anything definitive. As I was being wheeled back to my room from one of the tests, we passed the hospital's small chapel. Something made me ask the orderly to stop. "Can I just go in for a minute?" I asked. He looked uncertain but agreed to wait. I managed to stand up from the wheelchair and wobble into the empty chapel. I'm not religious, never have been, but something pulled me in there. I sat in the front pew and found myself talking out loud to Daisy. "Please," I said to the empty room, "if you're doing this, if you're making me sick, I need you to stop. I'm sorry you never got to live. I'm sorry Mom felt something was wrong with you. I'm sorry for whatever happened, but I can't keep living like this." I felt ridiculous, sitting there talking to no one, tears streaming down my face. But then, the strangest thing happened. The chapel was windowless, no vents near me, yet I felt a distinct cool breeze brush against my face. And for just a moment, I swear this happened, I smelled flowers, daisies, the same scent that was in that healer's basement 21 years ago. I left the hospital the next day. The tests, as usual, showed nothing conclusive. "Some abnormalities," the doctor said vaguely, "but nothing that explains your symptoms." He prescribed yet another medication I knew wouldn't work and suggested I see a rheumatologist, which would be the 5th one in my medical journey. But here's the thing. For the past 2 weeks since that moment in the chapel, I've felt different, not cured, not even significantly better physically. But there's a change I can't quite explain. The pain is still there, but it feels less hostile somehow. The fatigue is still crushing, but I don't feel the same despair I used to. Last night, I had a dream that I can't shake. I was sitting in a field of daisies, and across from me was a young woman who looked just like me, but with my mum's eyes. We didn't speak, but she reached out and took my hand. When I woke up, I was crying, but they weren't sad tears. I don't know if my unborn sister's spirit has been attached to me all these years. I don't know if my mother's secret has somehow manifested as physical illness in my body. I don't know if I'll ever get better, or if I'll spend the rest of my life bouncing between specialists who can never quite figure out what's wrong with me. But I do know that there are things in this world we don't understand. There are connections between people, even people who never got the chance to be people, that science can't explain. And sometimes healing comes not from medicine, but from acknowledgement, from speaking to the unseen and saying, "I know you're there." This morning I went out to our small backyard garden and planted daisy seeds. It seems like the right thing to do. For her, for me, for whatever invisible thread connects us. I don't expect my health problems to magically disappear, but maybe, just maybe, they'll become more bearable if I stop fighting against the weight I've always carried and instead learn to carry it differently. Story 4. I've never been what you'd call a believer. Ghosts, spirits, all that supernatural stuff, not my thing. I'm the person who watches horror movies with the lights off and laughs at the jump scares. At least that's who I used to be before I moved into Sarah's apartment in Boston 2 months ago. Sarah and I go way back. We met in college and stayed friends, even though our lives took different paths. When my lease ended and I needed a place to crash for a few months before starting my new job, she offered her spare room. The apartment was in one of those old brownstones in Back Bay. Beautiful high ceilings, original hardwood floors, bay windows. The kind of place that has character, as realtors like to say. What they don't mention is that sometimes character means more than just aesthetic charm. The first couple weeks were normal. I was settling in, unpacking my stuff, getting to know the neighborhood. The apartment was quiet during the day when Sarah was at work, and I spent most of my time job hunting and binge-watching shows. Nothing weird, nothing out of the ordinary, until that night in my second week. Sarah and I were hanging out in the living room, just talking and having a couple glasses of wine. It was around 2 a.m. We'd lost track of time catching up. The overhead light started flickering, which wasn't that unusual in an old building. But then Sarah, half joking, said, "If there's someone here with us, make the light flicker again." The light immediately flickered 3 times in quick succession. We both laughed nervously. I'm sure I turned a little pale, but I brushed it off. "Old wiring," I said, "just a coincidence." "Do it again," Sarah challenged, looking up at the ceiling. The light flickered twice more, then stopped. A chill ran through me, but I'm a rational person. I blamed it on the wine, on power surges, on anything but what it seemed to be. Sarah seemed equally unsettled, but we both decided to call it a night. In the morning, we didn't talk about it. A few days later, I was alone in the apartment. Sarah had a weekend trip planned with her boyfriend, so I had the place to myself. I was scrolling through my phone when I came across one of those ghost radar apps. You know the kind. They claim to detect spiritual energy and even translate it into words. It was stupid, but I was bored and thought it might be funny to try. I downloaded it and sat on my bed, feeling ridiculous as I opened the app. The interface was basic, just a radar screen with dots supposedly representing energy and a text box where words would appear. I set my phone down on my nightstand and went back to browsing the internet on my laptop. About 10 minutes later, I glanced over and noticed the app had generated a word. Monkey. I froze. On my dresser was a small wooden monkey figurine my dad had brought me from a business trip to Indonesia years ago. It was one of the few decorative items I'd bothered to unpack. Coincidence, I muttered to myself. These apps just spit out random words. A few minutes later, another word appeared. Rome. My skin prickled with goosebumps. I had literally just been looking at apartments online, thinking about where I'd move when my time at Sarah's was up. I was planning to roam to a new neighborhood. I put down my laptop and stared at my phone. "This is stupid," I said out loud, trying to convince myself. "It's just random words that can fit any situation if you try hard enough." The app generated another word. Watch. My eyes darted involuntarily to my wristwatch sitting on the nightstand. "Okay, that's enough," I said, reaching for my phone to delete the app. Just as my fingers touched the screen, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. I could see my breath in the air in front of me, despite it being August in Boston. I deleted the app immediately and tried to laugh it off, but for the rest of the weekend I kept all the lights on and played Netflix at full volume to drown out the silence. I didn't tell Sarah about it when she got back. I didn't want her to think I was losing it. The next couple of weeks were uneventful. No flickering lights, no cold spots, nothing out of place. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined everything or blown it out of proportion. Almost. Then came last Tuesday. I'd been invited to a dinner with some old co-workers across town. I was running late, rushing around my room to get ready. I'd just finished doing my makeup and was sitting at the edge of my bed, leaning down to put on my shoes. As I finished tying the laces, I stood up quickly. That's when it happened. I felt it before I heard it, a sudden warmth against my right cheek, like someone standing too close. Then I heard it, a single quick exhale, a breath, right next to my ear. It wasn't my breath. It wasn't a draft from the window, which was closed. It was a hot human breath right against my face. I froze completely. My whole body went rigid with fear. The temperature in the room seemed to skyrocket, or maybe it was just adrenaline flooding my system. My skin felt like it was covered in thousands of tiny needles, and sweat immediately beaded on my forehead and upper lip. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. I just stood there, my shoe half-tied, feeling like something was standing inches away from me, something I couldn't see. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, I managed to turn my head slowly to the right. Nothing was there, but the air felt thick, like trying to move through water. "Sarah?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer. "Sarah, are you home?" Louder this time, but my voice cracked with fear. Still nothing. I remembered then that Sarah had mentioned going to the gym after work. I was alone in the apartment, or at least I was supposed to be. I managed to unfreeze my legs and stumbled toward the door. I needed to get out of my room, out of the enclosed space. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached my bedroom door, I grabbed the handle and turned it. It didn't move. The door was locked from the outside. That's when real panic set in. I jiggled the handle frantically, pulling and twisting. "Hello?" I shouted, no longer caring if I sounded crazy. "Is someone there?" Nothing but silence answered me. I kept working the handle, and suddenly it turned normally, as if it had never been stuck. I flung the door open and practically fell into the hallway, breathing hard. The apartment was empty and quiet. Nothing seemed out of place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just been standing right next to me, close enough to feel its breath on my skin. I didn't even bother grabbing my purse or phone. I just ran, out of the apartment, down the 3 flights of stairs, and onto the street. I didn't stop until I reached the busy intersection 2 blocks away, where the presence of other people finally made me feel safe enough to slow down. I called Sarah from a coffee shop using a borrowed phone. I told her I wasn't feeling well and was going to stay with another friend for the night. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened. How do you tell someone their apartment might be haunted? How do you admit you're terrified of an empty room? I ended up crashing on my friend Jen's couch, making up some story about a water leak in my room. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that breath on my face again. The next morning, I forced myself to go back to the apartment to get my things. Sarah had already left for work. The apartment looked normal in the daylight, just a regular, slightly messy living space. My room was exactly as I'd left it, mid-shoe-tying panic and all. I quickly packed an overnight bag, grabbing essentials and my laptop. As I was about to leave, I noticed the wooden monkey figurine on my dresser. It had been turned around, facing the wall instead of out toward the room like I always kept it. I reached out to turn it back, then hesitated. What if whatever was in this apartment didn't like being messed with? What if correcting the figurine was seen as a challenge or provocation? A sudden, horrible thought hit me. What if I'd already provoked it? The Ghost Radar app, my dismissive attitude, my skepticism. What if whatever was here didn't appreciate being treated like a joke? I left the monkey figurine as it was and got out of there as fast as I could. It's been 5 days now. I've been staying at Jen's, making excuses to Sarah about why I can't come back yet. I've told her I'm having work done in my room, that I'm visiting family, anything to avoid telling her the truth. Because the truth is, I'm terrified, not just of going back to that apartment, but of what might follow me if I don't. That breath wasn't random or impersonal. It felt deliberate, like a message. I know you're here. I see you. The worst part is that I can't explain it. I've spent hours researching the history of the building, looking for stories of deaths or tragedies, anything that might explain what's happening. Nothing. The building is old, sure, but there are no notorious incidents, no gruesome crimes, nothing that screams haunted. I don't know what to do. I can't stay at Jen's forever, and most of my stuff is still at Sarah's. But every time I think about going back there, I feel that hot breath on my cheek again, and my entire body seizes up with fear. What do you do when something invisible decides to make its presence known? What happens when it escalates from flickering lights to whatever comes next? I don't even believe in ghosts, or at least I didn't. But I felt that breath. I heard it. And I know with absolute certainty that I wasn't alone in that room. I don't know if it was trying to communicate, or threaten, or just make itself known. but I'm afraid I've already responded in the worst possible way, by running. What if it follows me? What if it's not tied to the apartment at all, but to me somehow? I'm writing this from Jen's laptop. I still haven't gone back for my phone. I'm not sleeping much. Every time I start to drift off, I jerk awake, sure that I've just felt something breathing on me. I need to figure out what to do next. But right now, all I know is I can't go back to that apartment. Not alone. Maybe not ever. And in my darkest moments, when I'm lying awake at 3 a.m. staring at the ceiling, I wonder if it even matters where I go. What if it's already found me again? What if it's just waiting for the right moment to let me know it's here? What if, right now, it's standing next to me, watching me type these words? I just felt something brush against my hair. Story 5. I still feel weird even writing this up, but honestly, I need to get it off my chest. This happened about 3 months ago, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. So I work for this estate sale company in Oak Ridge. It's usually pretty straightforward work. We go in after someone passes away, catalogue everything, price it all, and then run a sale for the family. Most of the time it's just dealing with dusty old stuff and the occasional rude customer trying to haggle over a $5 lamp. Nothing exciting until the Martinez house. The Martinez couple had both passed away within months of each other. From what I gathered, Mr. Martinez died first from heart failure, and Mrs. Martinez followed not long after. They'd been in that house for like 50 years, and it was absolutely packed with stuff. We're talking decades of accumulation, furniture, knickknacks, clothes, you name it. The house itself was this big old 2-story place with a basement. And not just any basement. This one had 7 separate rooms down there. Who needs 7 rooms in a basement? It was weird from the start. There was this massive deep freezer in one of the rooms too. The kind you could fit a whole deer in, maybe even a person. That thought actually crossed my mind when I first saw it, which freaked me out a little. Anyway, my boss Kelly had been setting up the house for about a week before the sale. I came in toward the end of the setup to help price some last-minute items and get everything organized. The sale was scheduled for Friday and Saturday. Friday went pretty normal. We had a decent crowd, sold a bunch of stuff, dealt with the usual, "Can you go any lower on this?" questions. Nothing out of the ordinary. Most people stuck to the main floors, though a few braver souls ventured down to the basement. Something about that basement just felt off. But I chalked it up to poor lighting and that musty smell old basements always have. Saturday was busier, but by 4 p.m. we were done. Kelly had to leave early to pick up her kid, so she left me and my co-worker Jen to close up. After the last customer left, we started the closing routine, counting money, organizing unsold items, and turning off all the lights. Jen was handling the money count upstairs, and I volunteered to do the light check. I started on the top floor, methodically going room to room, making sure everything was off. The second floor was fine too. Then I had to head down to the basement. As I got to the top of the basement stairs, I felt this hesitation. I'm not normally a scaredy cat or anything, but something about going down there alone as the house was getting dark just felt wrong. I actually paused and considered asking Jen to come with me, but I didn't want to seem ridiculous. It's just a basement, right? The stairwell was narrow and steep, with wooden steps that creaked under my weight. There was a light switch at the top that illuminated a single bulb hanging over the stairs. I flipped it on and started down. The temperature dropped noticeably with each step. I told myself it was just because it was a basement, but it felt colder than it had earlier in the day when customers were down there. When I reached the bottom, I was in a central area that branched off into the 7 rooms. Each room had its own light switch, and I had to go into each one to turn them off. The layout was confusing. None of the rooms connected to each other, so you had to go back to the central area each time. I went through the first few rooms without incident, just old storage spaces filled with boxes and furniture we hadn't brought upstairs. The fourth room was where the deep freezer was. It had been emptied and cleaned, but still gave me the creeps. I hurried to switch off that light. By the sixth room, my heart was racing for no apparent reason. I just had this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see someone or something standing there. But there was never anything. Then came the last room, the farthest one from the stairs. It was smaller than the others, with just a few shelves and an old wooden chair in the corner. I reached in, flipped the switch, and that's when it happened. As the room went dark, I saw her. A woman, transparent, but clearly visible, standing in the corner where the chair was. She wasn't doing anything threatening, just standing there looking at me with these sad eyes. She was wearing what looked like a nightgown or house dress, her hair in a loose bun. I could see the shelves through her body. I froze, completely froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I'd never believed in ghosts before, but there was no denying what was right in front of me. This wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. She was there. For what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, we just stared at each other. Then she moved slightly, tilting her head as if confused by my presence, and that broke my paralysis. I bolted. I've never run so fast in my life. I practically flew up those stairs, not even bothering to turn off the stairwell light. When I reached the main floor, I was gasping for breath. Jen took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. "What happened?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, and I just burst into tears. I'm not a crier, but I couldn't help it. Through sobs, I told her what I'd seen. To her credit, she didn't laugh or dismiss me. She just listened, looking increasingly uncomfortable. When I finished, she hesitated, then said, "Let's call Kelly." Kelly picked up on the first ring, and Jen put her on speaker. When I explained what happened, there was this long pause. "I didn't want to say anything, because I thought you'd think I was crazy," Kelly finally said. "But I saw her too, when I was setting up last Tuesday, in that same room." My blood went cold. Kelly described seeing the exact same figure, transparent woman, sad eyes, house dress. She'd been so freaked out that she'd avoided the basement for the rest of the setup, delegating any basement tasks to other people. We decided to leave the basement lights on for the night. No way was either of us going back down there. We finished closing up the rest of the house and left, triple-checking that we locked the front door behind us. That night, I barely slept. I kept seeing the woman's face every time I closed my eyes. Was it Mrs. Martinez? It didn't match the photos of her I'd seen around the house. Was it someone else entirely? Someone who had lived there before the Martinezes? Or someone who had died there? The next day was Sunday, cleanup day. We had to go back and collect anything that hadn't sold, clean the house, and prepare it for the real estate agent to take over. Kelly had arranged for a couple extra helpers, but they cancelled last minute, so it was just me and Jen again. We spent most of the day avoiding the basement, focusing on the upper floors. But eventually we had to go down there. There were some valuable items that hadn't sold that needed to be returned to the family. "We'll go together," Jen said, trying to sound brave, but her voice was shaking. We stood at the top of the stairs, both hesitating. Finally, I took a deep breath and flipped on the stairwell light. The stairs looked the same as yesterday, just wooden steps leading down into the central area of the basement. "I'll go first," I offered, though every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run in the opposite direction. We descended slowly, staying close together. The basement was exactly as we'd left it, lights on in all the rooms, casting enough illumination that there were no dark corners for anything to hide in. But that feeling was still there, that sense of not being alone. The air felt heavy, charged somehow, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. We quickly gathered the items we needed, working in silence. Neither of us wanted to be down there any longer than necessary. As we finished and headed back toward the stairs, I had this sudden, crazy impulse. "Wait," I said to Jen, stopping in the central area. "What? Let's go," she urged, already with one foot on the bottom stair. "I want to try something." I don't know what possessed me to do this. Maybe I needed confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. "If there's someone here with us, give us a sign." Jen looked at me like I was insane. "What are you doing?" I ignored her. "When I say ghost, make the lights flicker if you're here." I took a deep breath and said loudly, "Ghost." Nothing happened for a second, and I almost laughed at myself for being so ridiculous. Then the lights in all 7 rooms flickered simultaneously. Not just a slight flicker, but a dramatic off-on that couldn't be explained by a power surge. Jen screamed. I think I did too. We ran up those stairs so fast I'm surprised we didn't trip and break our necks. We didn't stop until we were outside on the front lawn, gasping for breath in the afternoon sunlight. "What the actual hell was that?" Jen demanded, her face pale. I couldn't answer. My whole body was shaking. I'd asked for a sign, and whatever was in that basement had given me one. It had heard me. It had responded. We called Kelly, who said she'd come over immediately. While waiting for her, strange things started happening. I felt freezing cold despite it being a warm day. Jen complained of a sudden, intense headache that came out of nowhere. When Kelly arrived, she brought her boyfriend Mike, who was skeptical of everything we told him. He volunteered to go down to the basement himself to check it out. 15 minutes later, he came back upstairs, white as a sheet, refusing to talk about what he'd seen. He just kept saying, "Let's go, we need to go now." We grabbed our stuff and left, telling the real estate agent there were still some items in the basement that we couldn't get to. None of us ever went back. It's been 3 months, and I still think about that house almost every day. I've researched the history of the property, trying to figure out who that woman might have been. The house was built in the 1940s, and the Martinezes bought it in the 1970s. Before them, it belonged to a family called the Wilsons. I found an old newspaper article about a Wilson daughter who disappeared in 1968. They never found her body. I don't know if that was her in the basement. I don't know why she was there or what she wanted. All I know is that when I asked for a sign, something answered. And sometimes late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I swear I can feel someone watching me from the corner of my room, waiting for me to look up and see those sad eyes again. I've never been back to Oak Ridge. I quit my job at the estate sale company the following week. Some things you just can't explain away, and some experiences change how you see the world forever. I don't know what happens after we die, but I know for certain that sometimes not everyone moves on. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for months. Even typing it now makes my hands shake a little. I guess I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Last year, I was a junior at Westfield College. The dorms there are ancient. I'm talking cracked tile floors, squeaky doors, windows that barely open, and plumbing that sounds like it's dying a slow death. My building, Oakwood Hall, was supposedly built in the 1950s and hadn't seen any significant updates since maybe the 80s. The housing was cheap, though, which is why I chose it. I shared a 3-bedroom unit with 2 other girls, Kayla and Jen. We each had our own bedrooms, and there was a common living area, a tiny kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The place was a dump, but it was our dump, you know. When spring break rolled around, both my roommates headed home, Kayla to Oregon and Jen to Florida. I'm from only about an hour away, but I had picked up extra shifts at the campus coffee shop to make some money, so I decided to stay put. Plus, I had my dog Baxter with me, a big mixed breed, about 60 pounds of pure love and protection. Having him there made me feel safe about staying alone. The first few days were actually really nice. I could blast my music without anyone complaining, use the bathroom whenever I wanted, and Baxter could roam freely without Jen getting annoyed about dog hair. She's slightly allergic. I was enjoying the peace and quiet. Then last Tuesday happened. I was in the shower around 7 p.m. Our bathroom has this old, loud exhaust fan that drowns out pretty much everything when it's running. I was in the middle of washing my hair when I heard what sounded like a door slamming shut. And not just any door, one of the heavy interior doors in our unit. At first I thought maybe Baxter had pushed a door closed. He sometimes does that with his nose if they're partially open. But then I remembered I'd left him laying on my bed, and he usually doesn't move when I shower. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the tiny bathroom. "Kayla? Jen? Did one of you come back early?" Nothing, just the hum of that ancient exhaust fan. I rinsed my hair quickly, suddenly feeling super exposed. The shower curtain was this semi-transparent plastic thing, and I kept glancing at it, half expecting to see a silhouette on the other side. I hurried through the rest of my routine, my heart pounding the whole time. When I finally worked up the nerve to pull back the curtain, the bathroom was empty. I wrapped myself in a towel and cracked open the door, peering into the hallway. "Hello?" I called again. "Is someone here?" The apartment was silent. Baxter came trotting over from my bedroom, tail wagging, looking totally unfazed. I checked all the rooms, the front door, and the windows. Everything was locked up tight. No sign of entry. No sign anyone had been there. I told myself it was just the building settling. These old dorms make all kinds of weird noises. Maybe the wind had caught one of the doors. Maybe I'd imagined it. I tried to let it go. For a couple of days, everything was normal. I worked my shifts, took Baxter for walks around campus, and binged some shows on Netflix. I almost forgot about the door incident. Then Friday night happened. I was getting ready for bed around 11:30. I just brushed my teeth and was sitting on my bed scrolling through TikTok with Baxter curled up beside me. Suddenly, there was a loud slam from Jen's room across the hall. It was so forceful that I physically jumped. "What the hell?" I whispered. Baxter's reaction is what really freaked me out. This dog has chased off aggressive strays in the park and once stood his ground when a raccoon got into our garbage. He's not easily scared, but when that slam happened, he literally dove under my bed, whimpering like I've never heard before. His whole body was trembling. I sat frozen for a good 30 seconds before grabbing my phone. I texted Jen, "Hey, did you come back to the dorm early? Just heard a noise from your room." While waiting for her reply, I sat there debating what to do. Part of me wanted to just lock my bedroom door and ignore it, but the rational part of my brain said I needed to check it out. What if someone had broken in? I grabbed my pepper spray from my nightstand drawer and the heaviest thing within reach, a metal water bottle. Baxter refused to come out from under the bed, which only made me more nervous. The hallway was dark, and I hesitated before flipping on the light. Our dorm has these old fluorescent fixtures that take a few seconds to flicker to life, which meant I stood there in semi-darkness for what felt like forever. When the lights finally came on, I inched toward Jen's room. Her door was closed, which was weird because we all usually kept our doors open when we weren't there for better air circulation in the stuffy building. I stood outside her door, listening. Complete silence. No movement, no breathing, nothing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone in there?" No response. I took a deep breath and turned the knob. The door wasn't locked. I pushed it open slowly, holding my pepper spray out in front of me. The room was empty. No person, no animal, nothing out of place. At least nothing I could immediately notice in Jen's typically messy room. The window was closed and locked from the inside. I checked Kayla's room too. Same thing. Empty, undisturbed, windows secure. By this point, my phone buzzed. Jen had replied, "No, still in Florida." "Why? Everything okay?" I texted back, "Yeah, just thought I heard something. Probably nothing." I didn't want to freak her out while she was away, but I was definitely freaked out. I checked every closet, under every bed, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. That night, I slept with my bedroom door locked, a chair propped under the doorknob, and Baxter finally back on the bed with me, though he remained alert all night, his ears perking up at every little sound. I barely slept. The next few days were quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I started spending more time away from the dorm, hanging out at the library or coffee shop until I was exhausted enough to just come home and crash. Then Jen came back on Sunday, a day before classes resumed. I was actually relieved to have someone else in the apartment again. "How was your break?" she asked, dropping her suitcase in the living room. "Fine, quiet," I lied. "How was Florida?" "Hot. My parents' AC broke down for 2 days. It was miserable." She started unpacking, and I thought about telling her what happened, but decided against it. It sounded so stupid in my head. What would I say? "Your door slammed and my dog got scared." About an hour later, Jen came into the living room with a weird look on her face. "Madison, were you in my room while I was gone?" My stomach dropped. "No. Why would I go in your room?" "You sure?" "I'm not mad or anything. Something's off." "What do you mean?" I asked, following her back to her room. "Well, for one thing, these." She pointed to the ceiling, where she had those decorative string lights hanging. I hadn't noticed in the daylight, but now I could see it. Both strands had been cut right in the middle, not frayed or broken, clean cuts. "I didn't do that," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "And then there's this." She gestured toward her desk. 2 cabinet doors from her small storage unit were completely off their hinges. But here's the creepy part. They weren't just lying on the floor. They were stacked neatly on top of each other, right in the center of her desk. "Jen, I swear I didn't touch anything in your room. I only came in once when I heard a noise, but everything looked normal then." She stared at me for a long moment. "What noise?" I told her about the slamming door and how Baxter had reacted. I also mentioned the shower incident. "Did you tell the RA?" she asked. I shook my head. "What would I say? That I heard a door slam? They'd think I was making it up." The next day, we both went to the housing office to report a possible break-in. The administrator, a tired-looking woman named Mrs. Finch, checked their records. "No one from maintenance or security entered your unit during the break," she said, looking over her glasses at us. "Are you sure you locked your doors properly?" "Yes," I insisted, "and nothing was stolen, just moved around." Mrs. Finch suggested it might have been a prank by another student who somehow got hold of a key. She promised to look into it and offered to change our locks, which we accepted, but the new locks didn't help. The following week, Kayla returned, and we told her everything. She was skeptical at first, suggesting maybe I'd done it myself and forgotten, or that Baxter had somehow caused the damage, but then things started happening while all 3 of us were there. One night we were studying in the living room when all 3 of our bedroom doors slammed shut simultaneously. No windows were open, no draft. Baxter went ballistic, barking at Jen's door like there was someone behind it. Another time, we woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets open, every single one. We started leaving one of our phones recording overnight, but the battery would always be drained by morning with no footage saved. The final straw came about 2 weeks after break. I was alone in my room working on a paper when my closet door slowly creaked open. I ignored it at first. Old building, uneven floors, whatever. But then I heard what sounded like fingernails dragging along the wall inside the closet. Baxter, who had been sleeping on the floor, jumped up and started growling. A deep, threatening sound I'd never heard him make before. His focus was entirely on that closet, his hackles raised. I grabbed him by the collar and backed toward my door, never taking my eyes off the closet. The scratching sound got louder, more frantic. Then something fell inside. I heard it hit the floor with a soft thud. I yanked my door open and ran out with Baxter, slamming it behind me. I called Kayla, who was at her boyfriend's apartment, and begged her to come back. When she and Jen both arrived about 20 minutes later, we went into my room together. The closet was empty, except for my clothes. But on the floor was a small photo frame that had been on my desk. A picture of me and my mom. The glass was shattered and the photo was missing. We never found it. That night, I packed up my essentials and stayed at a friend's place. Within a week, I'd arranged for a new housing assignment in one of the newer dorms across campus. Jen and Kayla wanted to move too, but there weren't enough vacancies for all of us. They ended up staying, but started spending most nights at friends' places. It's been 6 months since I moved out of Oakwood. Sometimes I still jolt awake thinking I've heard that slamming sound. Baxter still gets anxious in dark rooms. I've never gone back to that building, not even to visit. The housing office eventually told us they'd found some structural issues in our unit. Something about the ventilation system creating pressure changes that could cause doors to slam. They never explained the cut lights, or the cabinet doors, or the missing photo. Last month, I ran into Mrs. Finch on campus. She mentioned casually that our old unit was being renovated after sitting empty all semester. Apparently, no one had been willing to move in after we left. She didn't say why. I still don't know what was in that dorm with me during spring break. All I know is that whatever it was, it didn't want me there, and I'm never going back to find out more. Story 7. I still get choked up thinking about this, so bear with me if I need to take a moment. It's been 6 months since we lost our cat Portia, but what happened afterward is something I can't explain to this day, and I need to share it with people who might understand. My wife Elaine and I lived in Birchwood for about 4 years. Nice suburban area, not too crowded, lots of trees. We got Portia about 3 years ago from a local shelter. She was this tiny little thing with the most ridiculous tail you've ever seen. Seriously, it was almost as long as her body. The shelter workers actually joked that she might be part monkey. She had these incredible golden eyes that almost glowed in certain light. Not yellow like most cats, but this deep amber gold that made her look exotic. From day one, Portia was different. Most cats take time to warm up to new people, but she immediately claimed us. She was especially attached to Elaine. Wherever my wife went, Portia followed. They had this whole routine where Elaine would walk around the house doing chores, and Portia would trail behind her, occasionally weaving between her legs. One thing that was uniquely Porsche was how she used her tail. Most cats just let their tails do whatever, but Portia used hers like a fifth limb. Her signature move was wrapping it around our legs when she walked past us. It wasn't just a brush. She would literally curl it around your calf as she passed. It was her way of saying, "I'm here," without meowing. I used to joke that she was part snake. She also had this very distinctive sound when she walked on our hardwood floors. Our house has mostly carpet, but the kitchen and hallway have this laminate flooring. Portia had these really long nails that she hated having trimmed, so we just let them grow as long as they weren't causing her problems. When she walked on the hard floors, especially at night when the house was quiet, you could hear this very specific click, click, click sound. It was rhythmic, almost like a tiny metronome. You could always tell where she was in the house just by listening for those clicks. Another quirk. She always took the same path when moving through our living room. Instead of walking across open space, she'd slip behind the couch, following the wall, then emerge on the other side every single time. Even if we called her, she'd take her special route rather than coming straight across. It was just her thing. Everything was normal that Sunday. Nothing felt off or weird. I remember it was beautiful outside, one of those perfect spring mornings where the temperature is just right. Elaine and I were having coffee, planning our day, when we heard this awful cry from the hallway. It wasn't Portia's normal meow. It was this guttural, pained sound I'd never heard before. I jumped up and found her lying on her side, her front legs clawing at the floor like she was trying to pull herself forward. Her back legs weren't moving at all. When I tried to pick her up, she cried again, this horrible sound I still hear in my nightmares. We grabbed the cat carrier, wrapped her in a towel, and rushed to the emergency vet. I drove while Elaine sat in the back, holding the carrier and talking to Porsche in this soothing voice, even though I could tell she was on the verge of tears. The vet took one look at Porsche and her face got real serious. They whisked her away for tests while we sat in this sterile waiting room with outdated magazines and that antiseptic smell that makes your stomach clench. After what felt like forever, the vet called us into a small room. You know, one of those rooms where you just know they deliver bad news. She explained that Portia had something called a saddle thrombus, basically a blood clot that lodged at the base of her spine, cutting off circulation to her back legs. The vet said it happens sometimes in cats with heart conditions, though we had no idea Portia had any heart issues. She'd always been healthy, always passed her checkups with flying colors. The options were grim. Surgery that might not work, would be incredibly painful for her, and would cost thousands we didn't have, or keeping her comfortable until the inevitable happened, or putting her to sleep right then. I looked at Elaine, and we both knew. Portia was in agony, her breathing was labored. Her eyes, those beautiful golden eyes, were wide with fear and pain. We couldn't let her suffer. I won't go into the details of those final moments. Anyone who's had to put a pet to sleep knows how it feels. How you second-guess yourself even when you know it's the right thing. How you keep stroking their fur, even after they're gone, not wanting to leave them alone. We came home with an empty carrier. The house felt wrong. Too quiet, too still. That night was awful. We kept expecting to feel her jump on the bed, to hear her purring, to feel her settle between our pillows like she always did. Instead, there was nothing. I don't think either of us slept more than an hour. The next day was a fog. We went through the motions, work, dinner, TV, but everything felt mechanical. I kept catching Elaine looking toward Portia's favorite spots, like she expected to see her there. I was doing the same thing. On Tuesday, 2 days after we lost her, something happened that I still can't explain. I had just finished showering before work. I stepped out of the shower, grabbed my towel, and was drying off when I felt it. That distinctive sensation of a tail wrapping around my calf. It was so familiar, so perfectly Portia, that I actually looked down expecting to see her. Of course, nothing was there. The bathroom door was closed. I was completely alone. I didn't say anything to Elaine about it. I figured it was just my brain playing tricks, my body remembering a sensation it was used to feeling. Grief does weird things to people. I convinced myself it was nothing. That evening, Elaine was reading on the couch while I was in the kitchen making dinner. Suddenly, she called out to me, her voice shaking. "Tom, did you hear that?" I walked into the living room. "Hear what?" Her face was pale. "The clicking." I heard the clicking coming from behind the couch. I knew exactly what she meant, that distinct sound of Portia's nails on the hardwood, the sound we'd heard thousands of times as she took her special route behind the couch. "Maybe it's the house settling," I suggested, not believing it myself. "Our house didn't make sounds like that." Elaine shook her head. "It wasn't the house. It was her. I know what she sounds like." We both stood there listening, but the sound didn't come again. Eventually I went back to finish dinner, but I could tell Elaine was unsettled. So was I, if I'm being honest, especially after what had happened in the bathroom that morning. We ate dinner mostly in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. After we cleaned up, we settled on the couch to watch some mindless TV before bed. I was halfway through an episode of whatever show we were binging when I felt something press against my feet. Our coffee table sits about a foot in front of the couch. I had my feet propped up on it, ankles crossed. What I felt was the unmistakable pressure of a small body brushing past my feet, the exact sensation of when Portia would rub against my legs as she passed by. I froze. Elaine must have felt me tense up because she turned to me, questioning. I tried to play it off, but my voice came out strained. Did you feel that? Feel what? She asked. Nothing, I said quickly. Just thought I felt something by my feet. Elaine stared at me for a long moment. Then, very quietly, she said, I felt something brush against my legs earlier when I was getting water from the fridge, like she was weaving between my feet. We looked at each other, neither wanting to say what we were thinking. It seemed crazy, impossible, yet we'd both experienced it. That night in bed, we finally talked about it openly. I told her about the tail wrapping around my leg in the bathroom. She described hearing the clicking nails. We compared notes on the sensations of something brushing past us. Do you think she's still here? Elaine whispered in the darkness. I'm not a particularly spiritual person. I believe in what I can see and touch, but in that moment I couldn't dismiss what we'd both experienced. I think, I said carefully, that she might be saying goodbye. Elaine nestled closer to me. That sounds like her. She always had to have the last word. We lay there in the dark, both hoping to feel the familiar weight of her jumping onto the bed, to hear her purr, to feel her settling between our pillows. But nothing happened. The next morning, I woke up before Elaine. I went to the kitchen to make coffee, and I swear I caught a glimpse of something small and dark darting around the corner, just at the edge of my vision. When I looked directly, nothing was there. But for that split second, I was certain it was Porsche. That day, both of us experienced little moments. The feeling of her presence, the sensation of fur brushing against skin, the faint sound of purring when no one was there. It wasn't scary. If anything, it was comforting, like she was making sure we knew she was okay. In the evening, we were sitting at the dining table having dinner when we both heard it clear as day, that distinctive click-click-click of nails on hardwood coming from the hallway. It wasn't just a single click or something that could be explained away as the house settling. It was rhythmic, continuous, exactly the way Portia sounded when she walked. We looked at each other, and I knew Elaine had heard it too. Neither of us got up to check. We didn't need to. We knew there would be nothing to see, yet somehow Portia was there. After dinner, we were sitting on the couch when I felt that familiar sensation of a tail wrapping around my ankle. At the exact same moment, Elaine gasped. She'd felt it too, the same sensation on her leg. She's saying goodbye, Elaine whispered, tears in her eyes. I nodded, my own vision blurring. I think you're right. We sat there for a long time, both hoping to feel her presence again, to have one more moment with her. But that was the last time. The house fell silent and still in a way that felt final. We've never experienced anything like that again. No more clicking nails, no more phantom tail wraps, no more glimpses from the corner of our eyes. It's like she needed that time to say her goodbyes, and once she had, she moved on. I don't know what happens after we die, or if our pet spirits can linger to comfort us. All I know is what we experienced those few days after losing Porsche. It wasn't frightening or creepy. It felt like a gift, a chance for all of us to say a proper goodbye. Sometimes, when I'm home alone, I still find myself listening for those clicking nails on the hardwood, or expecting to feel a tail wrap around my leg. The house feels emptier now, in a way it didn't before, like not only is Portia gone, but her spirit is truly gone too. I don't tell many people about this. Most would think we were just grieving, that our minds were playing tricks on us. Maybe they're right, but Elaine and I both experience the same things, often at the same time. And sometimes I think about those golden eyes and wonder if she's still watching us from somewhere, her ridiculous tail swishing behind her. Story 8. I've never told anyone this story outside my immediate family. Even now, 20 years later, I get goosebumps thinking about it. I grew up in Willow Creek, this tiny little town where everyone knew everyone and nothing exciting ever happened. Well, almost nothing. Our house wasn't anything special, just a standard 2-story with a finished basement where my parents set up a small playroom for me. Most basements are creepy, right? Dark, damp, maybe some weird shadows. But ours was actually decent. Carpeted floors, good lighting, some bookshelves and toys. It should have been fine, it should have been normal. But from the time I was about 6, I hated that basement. Not because it was dark or scary looking, but because of what happened down there. More specifically, because of the TV. It was this chunky TV VCR combo from the 90s. Grey plastic case, big buttons on the front, with this little digital display that would show the channel number or VCR when you had a tape in. Nothing fancy, but it worked fine most of the time. My parents bought it second-hand from some neighbors who were moving away. The first few months, everything was normal. I'd go downstairs to watch cartoons after school or pop in a VHS tape on weekends. The problem started when I'd try to turn it off. I'd press the big red power button. The screen would go black, and I'd start walking toward the stairs. Then behind me, I'd hear the distinct click of the TV, turning itself back on. The first time it happened, I figured I just hadn't pressed the button hard enough. I went back, turned it off again, made sure it was off, and started to leave. Click. On again. This time I noticed something weird. When the TV turned itself back on, it was different. The little digital display that normally showed the channel number didn't light up. There was no sound at first, just static on the screen. But as I stood there watching, the static noise would slowly get louder, and louder, and louder. I ran upstairs that first time and told my mom. She came down with me. But by then, the TV was completely off. She probably thought I was making it up or that I'd accidentally hit the remote. But I hadn't. It happened again the next week, and the week after that. It became this horrible pattern. I'd watch TV, turn it off, start to leave, and it would click back on by itself. Each time, there would be no channel display, just that static that got progressively louder until it was almost unbearable. I figured out that the only way to stop it was to unplug the TV completely. The power button wouldn't work when it was in this state. I don't know what else to call it. When I'd unplug it, something even weirder would happen. The picture wouldn't immediately disappear. Instead, it would hang there for a second, then slowly shrink into itself until it was just a tiny bright dot in the center of the screen that would fade out. It was like the TV was fighting to stay on, even without power. After a while, I developed this routine. I'd watch whatever I wanted. Then when I was done, I'd turn it off with the button and immediately dash to the outlet to yank the plug before it could turn itself back on. If I was fast enough, I could escape the whole creepy cycle. My parents didn't take it seriously. My dad checked the wiring once and said everything looked fine. Mom suggested I was hitting the remote by accident or that maybe the power button was sticking. But I knew what was happening. That TV had something wrong with it. Something that couldn't be fixed with new wiring or troubleshooting. I started avoiding the basement whenever possible. I'd make excuses to watch TV upstairs in the living room instead. Sometimes I'd even pretend to be sick so I wouldn't have to go down there to play. My parents probably thought I was going through some weird phase. One day, when I was about 8, I had a friend over. We wanted to watch a movie, but the upstairs TV was being used by my dad to watch a football game. We had no choice but to brave the basement. I didn't tell my friend about the TV. How could I? Oh, by the way, our TV is possessed and turns itself on and plays static really loud until you unplug it. She'd think I was crazy. We watched our movie without any problems. When it was over, I hit the power button and immediately moved to unplug it from the wall, acting like this was totally normal. My friend gave me a weird look. "Why are you unplugging it?" she asked. To save electricity," I lied. She shrugged and we went upstairs to get snacks. When we came back down 15 minutes later, the TV was on, blaring static at full volume, so loud that we had to cover our ears. My friend was freaked out. "Did you turn it back on?" she screamed over the noise. I shook my head and ran to unplug it. As usual, the picture stayed for a moment before shrinking down to that pinpoint of light. "What was that?" my friend asked, wide-eyed. "It does that sometimes," I mumbled. "It's broken or something." She didn't come over much after that. As time went on, the TV seemed to get worse. The static would get louder, faster. Sometimes it would turn itself back on immediately after I hit the power button, not even waiting for me to walk away. I started unplugging it before turning it off, which worked better. The incident that still haunts me happened when I was 9. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon in October. My parents were both out running errands, and I was home alone for the first time ever. I was old enough, they said, and they'd only be gone for an hour or so. I decided to be brave and watch cartoons in the basement. Everything was fine until I finished watching and hit the power button. As expected, the TV immediately clicked back on. No channel display, just static that started soft and began getting louder. I went to unplug it, but something made me hesitate. I was tired of this, tired of being scared of a stupid TV. I wanted to understand what was happening, so instead of just leaving it unplugged, I decided to test something. After unplugging it and watching the picture shrink away as usual, I waited a minute. Then I plugged it back in to see if it would act normal again. Maybe there was just some weird power surge thing happening, and once it reset, it would be fine. I pushed the plug into the outlet and pressed the power button. What happened next still makes my skin crawl. There was a loud pop and a bright blue flash. The TV didn't turn on. Instead, I smelled something burning, that acrid electrical fire smell. I looked down at the outlet, expecting to see sparks or something, but what I saw made no sense. The plug wasn't in the outlet. It was across the room. Somehow the plug had separated from the cord and shot across the basement like a bullet. The end of the cord where the plug should have been was frayed and blackened, with bits of copper wire exposed and curled like tiny fingers. The plug itself was on the floor by the far wall, its prongs bent and blackened. I ran upstairs and locked myself in my bedroom until my parents came home. When I finally managed to tell them what happened, they went down to look. Dad said it was just a faulty cord, that the wiring had worn down over time and caused a short circuit. He said I was lucky I hadn't been electrocuted. They had the TV repaired with a new plug. But honestly, the rest of my memory about what happened after that is fuzzy. I don't remember if the TV ever did the same thing again. I know we moved away from Willow Creek when I was about 10 or 11, and we left that TV behind. What I do remember clearly is the terror I felt every time that TV turned itself back on. The way the static would start so quietly and then build until it was almost screaming. How the picture would linger, even after being unplugged, shrinking down to that tiny point of light like an eye closing. The worst part is that I still don't have an explanation for any of it. Was it just a mechanical problem, some weird electrical issue? Or was there something else, something about that specific TV that wasn't right? I've owned many TVs since then. Flat screens, smart TVs, computer monitors, never had a problem with any of them. But to this day, I always unplug my TV when I'm done watching it. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and hear an unexpected noise from another room, my first thought is always the same. Is that static getting louder? Unmei Story 9. The 2. I still can't make sense of what happened that night on Highway 212. It's been about 2 years now, and I've gone back and forth between trying to forget it completely and obsessively researching what we might have seen. I've looked into every disease, mutation, and wildlife anomaly I could find online, but nothing matches what we encountered. This happened in July 2021. My cousin Ethan and I were on a road trip from Minneapolis to Seattle. We decided to take the scenic route through South Dakota and Montana instead of the faster I-90. We wanted to see more of the country, you know. Plus, Ethan had just graduated college, and I had quit my job at this tech startup that was running me into the ground, so we had time to kill. We left Rapid City late in the afternoon, planning to drive through the night since we were both night owls anyway. The plan was to make it to Billings by morning. We'd been switching off driving duty every few hours to keep fresh. By around 2 a.m., I was behind the wheel of my Honda CR-V. Ethan was still awake, but just barely, scrolling through his phone trying to find music that would keep us both alert. We were somewhere between Belfort and Hammond on Highway 212, honestly one of the most desolate stretches of road I've ever driven on. There's something different about night driving in places like that. It's not like the suburbs or cities where there's always some ambient light. Out there, it's just your headlights cutting through absolute darkness. The only things that exist are what falls directly in your beam. Beyond that, it's like a void. When there's no moon like that night, you can't even see the horizon line. The road was completely empty. We hadn't passed another car in probably an hour. I remember feeling almost hypnotized by the yellow center line stretching out ahead, the only thing keeping us tethered to civilization. "Dude, we should have seen at least one deer by now," Ethan said, breaking the silence. "This is prime deer country." He was right. We'd been warned about wildlife crossings, especially at night. I'd been keeping my speed around 60 instead of the 70-meter speed limit just in case. The last thing we needed was to total my car in the middle of nowhere. "Maybe they're smarter than we are and actually sleep at night," I joked. Not even 5 minutes later, the headlights caught something ahead on the right shoulder of the road. "Speak of the devil," I said, easing my foot off the gas. "Deer up ahead." I started slowing down more dramatically, preparing to stop completely if needed. Wildlife is unpredictable, and I'd heard countless stories of deer freezing in headlights or suddenly darting across the road. As we got closer, around 300 feet away, I could tell something was off about this animal. At first I thought maybe it was an elk instead of a deer. It had a massive rack of antlers, but even from that distance, something about its silhouette seemed wrong. "Is that a deer?" Ethan asked, sitting up straighter and putting his phone down. "Something looks weird about it." I slowed down even more, probably going about 35 mph at this point. The animal was standing completely still at the edge of the road, facing us. As we got closer, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. This thing was definitely not a normal deer. Its coat was this sickly, grayish-white color. Not like the tawny brown of healthy deer in summer. It was patchy too, with large areas where the fur was just missing. In those spots, I could see skin that looked raw and infected. "What the hell is wrong with it?" Ethan whispered. I slowed down to about 20 mph now, still about 100 feet away. The thing hadn't moved an inch. It just stood there, watching us approach. That's when I noticed the antlers. Full, mature antlers that branched out like a trophy buck's. But it was July. Deer antlers should have still been covered in velvet that time of year, not fully formed like these were. As we crept closer, I could see more details that made my stomach turn. There were open wounds all over its body, ranging from the size of a tennis ball to one on its side that must have been as big as a dinner plate. The wounds didn't look fresh and bloody. They were these deep, dark pits. In some places, I swear I could see bone showing through. "Stop the car," Ethan said suddenly. "Seriously, Jackson, stop." I tapped the brakes gently, bringing us to a halt about 50 feet from the creature. The headlights illuminated it fully now, and I couldn't look away no matter how much I wanted to. Its proportions were all wrong. The front legs looked too short for its body, while the back legs were unnaturally long. And the knees, Jesus, the knees bent outward instead of backward like they should. Its spine had this unnatural curve to it, like something had twisted it. That can't be a deer," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe it was hit by a car, or has some disease." "No way," Ethan replied. "I've seen deer hit by cars. I've seen deer with chronic wasting disease. This is something else." He was right. I grew up in rural Wisconsin. I've seen plenty of diseased and injured wildlife. This was different. This was wrong on a fundamental level, like someone had tried to build a deer without ever having seen one before. The worst part was its face. From that distance, I could clearly see that its snout wasn't right. It was elongated, more like a wolf's muzzle, but covered with deer skin that seemed stretched too tight over the skull beneath. And its mouth. Deer don't have visible teeth like that. These were pointed, jagged things that didn't even match each other, like someone had glued together random teeth from different animals. I don't know why I did it, but I reached over and flashed the high beams. Maybe I thought better lighting would reveal this was just some weird optical illusion, or a scarecrow someone had put up as a sick joke. The creature didn't flinch at the sudden brightness. Instead, it slowly turned its head to face us directly, and that's when I saw its eyes. They were deep brown, almost red in the headlights, and clouded over like it had cataracts. But somehow they still seemed to focus right on me. There was something hollow behind them, not vacant like an animal's, but empty in a way that made my skin crawl. When our eyes met, it felt like time slowed down. My ears started ringing, and I felt a pressure in my head like right before you get a nosebleed. The thing opened its mouth slightly, revealing more of those mismatched teeth. No sound came out, but a thick, dark substance dripped from its lower lip onto the asphalt. "Drive!" Ethan said, his voice cracking. "Jackson, drive! Now!" I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring into those eyes. "Drive!" Ethan yelled, snapping me out of it. He reached over and pressed my leg down on the gas pedal. The car lurched forward. I grabbed the wheel tight and steered slightly to the left to give the creature a wide berth as we passed it. As we drew alongside it, just for a split second, I could smell something through the AC vents, like wet fur and rotting meat, and something chemical I couldn't identify. I kept my eyes locked forward, focused on the road ahead, but in my peripheral vision, I saw the thing's head turning to follow our car as we passed. I refused to look in the rearview mirror. We drove in complete silence for about a mile. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and I could hear Ethan breathing hard beside me. Finally, he spoke. "You saw that, right? Tell me you saw what I saw." My mouth was so dry I had to swallow before answering. "Yeah, I saw it." "What the fuck was that thing?" "I don't know. I was doing 85 now, way too fast for this road, but I couldn't bring myself to slow down. Maybe it was really sick, like multiple diseases or something." Even as I said it, I knew that wasn't it. No disease I'd ever heard of could do that to an animal. "No way," Ethan said. "Its knees were bending the wrong direction, Jackson. Its fucking knees." We fell quiet again. The only sound was the engine and the tires on the asphalt. I checked all my mirrors obsessively, half expecting to see the creature somehow following us, but there was nothing but darkness behind us. We drove like that for another 30 minutes, not talking, just processing. Eventually we started seeing lights in the distance, some small town or gas station outpost. The glow of civilization never looked so good. When we finally reached the lights, it was a 24-hour truck stop. I pulled in and parked, then just sat there with the engine running. My shirt was soaked with sweat despite the AC being on full blast. "Should we tell someone?" Ethan asked after a while. "Tell them what? That we saw a mutant deer? Who would we even call?" "I don't know. Forest Service, park rangers, animal control." I rubbed my eyes. "And say what? We don't even know what it was. They'd think we were drunk or high." Ethan nodded slowly. "Yeah, you're right." He paused. "Can we agree to never take this route again? Like ever?" "Agreed," I said without hesitation. We sat there for another 20 minutes, neither of us wanting to get out of the car. Eventually, I went in and bought us both coffee while Ethan pumped gas. We didn't talk about what we'd seen for the rest of the drive to Billings. Since then, we've only discussed it a handful of times. Each conversation ends the same way, with us going in circles trying to rationalize what we saw. Ethan thinks it might have been some kind of government experiment gone wrong. I've researched every deer disease known to man. Chronic wasting disease, epizootic hemorrhagic disease, you name it. Nothing matches. I know what diseased deer look like. I know what injured deer look like. Whatever we saw on Highway 212 that night wasn't just sick or hurt. It was something fundamentally wrong, something unnatural. The thing that still haunts me most is those eyes and that moment when they locked with mine. In that brief second, I felt like it recognized me somehow, not as food or a threat, but like it knew me specifically, like it had been waiting. I've driven through plenty of rural areas since then, seen plenty of wildlife at night. Normal deer don't bother me, but I've changed my routes to avoid that stretch of Highway 212. Sometimes I dream about that thing standing in my headlights, mouth open, that dark liquid dripping onto the road. In the dreams, I never drive away. In the dreams, I get out of the car. I don't know what we saw that night. Part of me hopes it was just some horrifically diseased animal that since died from its condition. But deep down, I know better. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't natural. And I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, standing on the shoulder of that empty highway, waiting for headlights to appear in the darkness. Story 10. I've waited so long to finally put this into words. I still can't explain what happened that night in Pine Harbor, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to fully understand it. Some things are better left unknown, right? I grew up in a small coastal town called Pine Harbor. It's one of those places where everyone knows each other, where the smell of salt water is always in the air, and where the legends and stories run as deep as the ocean nearby. My family's house wasn't anything special. A two-story home built in the 70s, white siding with blue trim that my dad would repaint every few summers. My bedroom was on the second floor with two windows at the foot of my bed. They weren't particularly large, but they gave me a view of our yard and the woods beyond. Below my windows was a small roof that covered our first-floor sunroom. This detail becomes important later because there was absolutely no way for anyone to access that small roof section. No trees nearby, no ladder left out, nothing that would allow a person to climb up there. I was 17 then, dealing with normal teenage stuff, school stress, friend drama, figuring out college applications. Nothing prepared me for what started happening that October. It began on a Thursday night. I remember because I had a chemistry test the next day, and I was up late studying while listening to music through my headphones. Around 1 a.m., I heard something that cut through my music. A scratching sound, like fingernails on my window screen. At first I thought it was just a branch from the small tree in our yard, but there was no wind that night. The sound came again, more deliberate this time. 3 slow scratches, pause, then 3 more. My skin immediately broke out in goosebumps. I pulled my headphones off and just listened. The scratching continued, rhythmic and intentional. Something was at my window, something that shouldn't have been able to get there. I didn't want to look. Every instinct in my body told me to keep my eyes on my textbook, to put my headphones back on, to pretend I hadn't heard anything. But the scratching got louder, more insistent, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. When I finally looked up, I swear my heart completely stopped. There was a face pressed against the window, not a human face. It had these eyes, pure white, no pupils, no irises, just completely blank white orbs that seemed to glow in the darkness. They didn't blink, not once. The rest of its face was shadowy, but I could make out what looked like a snout, almost dog-like, but wrong somehow. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just sat there frozen as this thing stared at me. Then it moved. It walked. That's the only word I can use for it, even though it doesn't seem right. Along the width of my window, its claws or whatever they were continuing to scratch at the metal mesh of the screen. Then it moved to my second window and did the same thing before disappearing to the side. I finally unfroze and lunged for my light switch, flipping it on. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely text my mum, who was downstairs watching TV. All I wrote was, "Can you come upstairs, please?" She must have sensed my panic because she came up immediately. I was still sitting on my bed, staring at the windows, absolutely terrified that whatever I'd seen would come back. "What's wrong?" she asked. I couldn't tell her. How could I explain what I'd just seen? She'd think I was crazy or having some kind of stress-induced hallucination, so I lied and said I thought I heard someone trying to break in. She checked both windows, looked outside, and assured me everything was fine. But I knew what I'd seen, and it wasn't something that would leave evidence behind. After she left, I turned all my lights on and sat with my back against my headboard, facing the windows. I didn't sleep that night. The next night, I made sure my blinds were completely closed before I went to bed. I was exhausted from not sleeping the night before, so despite my fear, I fell asleep pretty quickly. Something woke me around 3 a.m. That feeling you get when you're being watched. It's like a pressure on your skin. I opened my eyes and saw that my blinds were now partially open, even though I was positive I'd closed them completely. And there it was again. Those white eyes staring in at me, unblinking. This time I could see more of it. It had this dark, matted fur and what looked like spines or quills running down its back, kind of like a porcupine, but more jagged and threatening. It just stood there, perfectly still, watching me. I wanted to run from the room, but the door was across from the windows, meaning I'd have to pass directly in front of them to escape. As if reading my thoughts, the creature tilted its head slightly in this jerky, unnatural motion. I reached for my phone to call for help, but the moment I moved, the creature pressed itself harder against the glass. The window made this creaking sound, like it might break under the pressure. I froze again, afraid that any movement would cause it to somehow get inside. For what felt like hours, we stayed like that. Me paralyzed with fear on my bed, and this thing watching me with its soulless white eyes. Eventually, as the first hints of dawn appeared, it disappeared again, moving sideways out of view. The next evening, I refused to sleep in my room. I told my parents I was having trouble sleeping and wanted to crash on the couch downstairs. They thought it was weird, but didn't push it. But here's the really messed up part. Around midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time from the living room window. I looked over, and those same white eyes were staring in at me from the first-floor window. It had followed me downstairs. This continued for a week. No matter which room I tried to sleep in, it would find me, always watching, always scratching. I started to become a complete wreck. I wasn't sleeping, couldn't focus at school, and was jumping at every sound. My parents were getting worried and talking about taking me to a doctor. One night I decided I had to confront this thing, or at least try to understand what it wanted. I set up my phone to record my window while I pretended to sleep. Nothing showed up on the recording the next morning, even though I distinctly heard the scratching and felt its presence. The worst night was when I decided I had to leave my room while it was there. I'd been holding my bladder for hours, too terrified to move, but I couldn't wait any longer. I slowly got out of bed, never taking my eyes off those white orbs staring in at me. As I moved toward my door, it followed my movement, sliding along the roof outside. I could hear its claws or quills scraping against the shingles. When I reached for the doorknob, it suddenly pressed its face against the glass again, harder this time. The window actually cracked slightly at the corner. I yanked my hand back, and it eased the pressure. Message received. It didn't want me to leave. After several more minutes of this standoff, I had an idea. I started backing toward the door, keeping my eyes fixed on its eyes. It watched but didn't press against the glass again. I reached behind me, found the doorknob, and slowly turned it, all while maintaining eye contact with this thing. When I had the door open, I backed through it into the hallway, never turning my back on my room until I was safely in the bathroom. When I returned, it was gone, but I knew it would be back. The situation came to a head when my parents found me sleeping in our car one morning. I had snuck out there as a last resort, thinking maybe it couldn't find me there. They demanded answers, and I broke down and told them everything. They didn't believe me, of course. They thought I was having some kind of nervous breakdown or developing a mental illness. They took me to a psychiatrist who diagnosed me with anxiety and possible sleep paralysis. I was prescribed medication that made me feel foggy and disconnected, but didn't stop the visits from the creature. It still came every night, watching me with those unblinking white eyes. The only solution seemed to be to leave. I begged my parents to let me stay with my aunt in the next town over. After much arguing and tears, they finally agreed to let me go for a change of scenery that they hoped would help with my anxiety. The first night at my aunt's house, I slept through the night without any scratching, without any white eyes watching me. The relief was overwhelming. Whatever this thing was, it seemed tied to our house in Pine Harbor. After 2 weeks of peaceful sleep at my aunt's, my parents decided to transfer me to the local high school there for the rest of the year. They put our house in Pine Harbor up for sale, thinking that a complete change would help with what they still believed was a psychological issue. I never told them that the real reason I started getting better was because the creature stopped visiting me once I left Pine Harbor. I didn't want them to think I was still delusional. Months passed. I settled into my new school, made some new friends, and tried to forget about what had happened. I convinced myself that maybe the psychiatrist was right. Maybe it had been some weird combination of stress, anxiety, and sleep issues. Then I met Allie. Allie was a new transfer student who joined my chemistry class halfway through the semester. She was quiet, kept to herself, and had this nervous habit of constantly checking over her shoulder. Something about her seemed familiar to me, like I recognized something in her behavior. We were paired up for a lab project, and as we worked together, she gradually opened up to me. One day she mentioned she wasn't sleeping well because of weird stuff happening at her house. What kind of weird stuff? I asked, trying to sound casual while my heart rate picked up. She hesitated, then said, "You'll think I'm crazy." "Try me," I said. "I've heard some pretty crazy things." She looked around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in closer. "There's something that comes to my window at night. It just watches me." My blood ran cold. "What does it look like?" I whispered. "It's sort of like a dog, but not really. It has these eyes." She trailed off. "White eyes?" I asked. "Completely white, no pupils?" Allie's face went pale. "How did you know that?" I told her everything, about the creature at my windows in Pine Harbor, how it would scratch at the screens, how its back looked like a porcupine with dangerous spines, how it would prevent me from leaving my room. As I spoke, tears formed in her eyes. "I've been seeing it since I was little," she said. "It follows me. Every few years it comes back. My family's moved 3 times because of it." We spent hours comparing notes. The descriptions matched perfectly. The white eyes, the spiny back, the way it moved. The only difference was that Allie said it had been appearing to her since she was a child, whereas I had only encountered it that one time in Pine Harbor. What Allie told me next sent chills down my spine. She said her grandmother, who was part Native American, had warned her about spirits that attach themselves to certain people. According to her grandmother, their family lived on land that once belonged to a tribe that had practices for communicating with entities from the other side. Some of these entities were protective, others were tricksters, and some were downright malevolent. "My grandmother said the one with white eyes is a scout," Allie explained. "It watches people to see if they're sensitive. If you can see it, it marks you for something else to find later." I remembered that Pine Harbor was also built on what used to be Native American land. There were even historical markers around town mentioning the tribe that had lived there for centuries before European settlers arrived. Allie and I became close friends after that, bonded by our shared experience. She taught me some of the protective practices her grandmother had shown her, burning sage, drawing certain symbols on windows, prayers to say before sleeping. Whether these things actually worked or were just psychological comfort, I don't know, but the creature never appeared to me again. About a month after we met, Ali confided that she was dealing with more than just the white-eyed watcher. She described other entities in her home, shadows that moved on their own, objects that would relocate overnight, whispers that came from empty rooms. From what I could tell, she was experiencing full-blown demonic activity. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. Even before the incident in Pine Harbor, I'd had experiences, seeing spirits, feeling presences, knowing things I shouldn't know. But nothing had ever frightened me like that creature at my window. There was something fundamentally wrong about it, something that felt ancient and cold and calculating. Looking back now, I wonder if Ali was right. Maybe it was some kind of scout, checking to see if I was receptive to the other side. Maybe it was trying to mark me for something else to find later, something worse. I still don't know exactly what it was, a spirit, a demon, some kind of cryptid that defies classification. All I know is that both Ali and I saw the same entity with the same distinctive features in different places and at different times. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night with the feeling of being watched. I'll look to my window, half expecting to see those blank white eyes staring in at me. So far they haven't returned, but I can't shake the feeling that someday they might, and if they do, I don't think it will just be watching next time. Story 11. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night at Bassingbourn. It's been over a decade now, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some things just stick with you, no matter how hard you try to forget them or how many people tell you it was nothing. This happened back in 2009 when I was stationed at the barracks in Bassingbourn during my military enlistment. I was 22 at the time, and I'd never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before. I was always the practical one in my family, the one who'd look for logical explanations when my siblings would freak out over creaking floorboards or shadows on the wall. But what I saw that night changed everything for me. The barracks at Bassingbourn weren't exactly five-star accommodations, but they weren't terrible either. Standard military stuff, functional, sparse, with that distinct smell that's a mix of industrial cleaner and boot polish. I shared a room with three other guys, Davies, Thompson and Riley. We all got along well enough, the usual banter and taking the piss out of each other that comes with military life. That particular night had been completely ordinary. We'd finished our duties for the day, grabbed dinner at the mess hall, some kind of beef stew that was actually half decent for once, and spent a couple hours just hanging out. I remember Thompson was writing a letter to his girlfriend back home, and Riley was cleaning his boots for the next day's inspection. Davies was flipping through some car magazine, occasionally pointing out vehicles he swore he'd buy once he finished his service. Nothing unusual happened before we turned in. No ghost stories, no horror movies, nothing that would have put that kind of thing in my head. I fell asleep pretty quickly around 11 p.m., exhausted from the day's training. I've always been a sound sleeper. Back home, my mum used to joke that I could sleep through an earthquake. So when I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, completely alert, that was the first sign something was off. It wasn't a gradual waking up. It was instant, like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. The room wasn't completely dark. We had those emergency lights that stay on in the corridors, and some of that light spilled in under the door, giving everything this dim, bluish glow. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. At first I thought one of the guys had gotten up to use the bathroom, and that's what woke me. I listened for footsteps or the sound of the bathroom door, but the room was completely silent. All I could hear was Thompson's light snoring from the bed across from mine. Then I noticed it, standing by the door, just standing there. It was a figure, definitely human-shaped, about 6 feet tall, but it wasn't one of my roommates. This thing was grey-blue in colour, almost like how people look through night vision goggles, but more solid. And its eyes... God, its eyes were reflective, catching what little light there was in the room and sending it back at me like a cat's eyes in headlights. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, trying to find some rational explanation. But I was completely awake. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. There was something standing there watching me. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably around 10 seconds, we just stared at each other. Me, frozen in my bed, and this thing, motionless by the door. It didn't make any moves toward me. It didn't speak or make any sound at all. It just stood there, watching. The longer I looked at it, the more details I could make out. It had the shape of a man, but there was something off about its proportions. Its arms seemed slightly too long, hanging at its sides. I couldn't make out any clothes or uniform. It just had this smooth, almost featureless quality to it, except for those eyes. I remember my heart pounding so hard I thought it would wake everyone up. My mouth went completely dry, and I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body. It was like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing, but my body knew I was in danger. The fear built up inside me until I couldn't take it anymore. I wasn't brave enough to scream or jump up. Instead, I did the most cowardly thing possible. I rolled over to face the wall, pulled my blanket up higher, and squeezed my eyes shut like a kid hiding from the monsters under the bed. I was certain it was going to touch me. Every nerve in my body was waiting for the sensation of cold fingers on my shoulder or the sound of it moving closer. But nothing happened. I lay there, rigid with fear, for what must have been at least 20 minutes, listening for any sound of movement. Eventually, exhaustion must have overtaken the adrenaline, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The room was filled with daylight, and Thompson was shaking me awake, telling me I was going to miss breakfast if I didn't get my arse out of bed. I sat up so fast I nearly headbutted him. The first thing I did was look toward the door. There was nothing there, of course. Just the same shabby door with the peeling green paint that had always been there. "You all right, mate?" Thompson asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to laugh it off, but it came out all wrong. "Yeah, something like that," I said, and then proceeded to tell all three of them what I'd seen. I should have known better. Military barracks aren't exactly the place for sharing ghost stories if you don't want to get ripped to shreds. Davies immediately burst out laughing. Riley rolled his eyes and said, "I must have been dreaming," and Thompson suggested maybe I should lay off the mess hall coffee after 6 p.m. "But I wasn't dreaming," I insisted, feeling stupid even as I said it. I was wide awake. There was something standing right there. "Yeah, mate, it was probably me going for a piss," Riley said, pulling on his boots. "Or maybe it was the Bassingbourne bogeyman coming to steal your soul." He wiggled his fingers at me in a spooky gesture, and they all cracked up again. I dropped it after that. What else could I do? I had no proof, and the more I talked about it, the more I'd be setting myself up as the barracks nutcase. But all day, I couldn't shake the memory of those reflective eyes staring at me through the darkness. That night, I was afraid to go to sleep. I kept my reading light on until Davies finally threw a sock at me and told me to turn it off. I lay awake for hours, staring at the door, waiting. But nothing happened. The next night was the same, and the one after that. After a week without any further incidents, I started to wonder if maybe the guys were right. Maybe it had been a dream, or some weird, half-asleep hallucination. I've heard stress can do strange things to your mind, and military training can definitely be stressful. But then came the following Tuesday night. I'd finally started to relax, to convince myself it had been nothing. I fell asleep easily, not even thinking about what had happened the week before. I woke up suddenly, just like before. The clock read 3:17 a.m., exactly the same time, and there it was again, standing in the exact same spot by the door, the same grey-blue color, the same reflective eyes, the same unnaturally long arms. This time I tried to call out to it. My voice came out as barely a whisper. "Who are you?" It didn't respond. It didn't move. It just kept watching me with those eyes that seemed to see right through me. I tried to wake Davies, whose bed was closest to mine. "Davies," I hissed, not taking my eyes off the figure. "Davies, wake up." But he didn't stir. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, thinking I could take a picture, prove to everyone I wasn't crazy. But as my hand moved, the figure took a step forward. Just one step. But it was enough to send me into a panic. I abandoned the idea of the phone and pulled the covers over my head like a child. When I finally got the courage to peek out again, maybe 5 minutes later, it was gone. The next morning, I didn't tell the others. I knew what they'd say, and I didn't want to hear it. Instead, I went to the base library during my free time and started researching the history of Bassingbourn. The base had been around since World War II, first as an RAF station and then used by the US Air Force before being handed back to the British Army. A lot of people had passed through those barracks over the decades. Who knew what might have happened there? I found a few vague references to unexplained phenomena. Lights turning on and off, objects moving, the usual stuff you hear about old buildings, but nothing specific about a figure like what I'd seen. That night, I was prepared. I kept my phone under my pillow, ready to grab it. But 3:17 a.m. came and went and nothing appeared. The night after that, the same. For 3 weeks, nothing happened, and I started to think maybe it really had been in my head. Then came my final encounter, and this one was the worst. It wasn't 3:17 a.m. this time. It was earlier, around 1:30. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and was just settling back into bed when I glanced toward the door, out of habit. It wasn't there, and I felt relieved. I laid down, pulled up the covers and closed my eyes. Then I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of the mattress depressing, like someone sitting on the edge of my bed. My eyes flew open, and there it was, no longer by the door, but sitting right next to me. Those reflective eyes were just inches from my face. I could make out more details now. It had a mouth, but it wasn't moving. Its skin, if you could call it that, had a strange, almost translucent quality to it. I could see the outline of what might have been bones underneath. I've never been so terrified in my life. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't breathe. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then it raised one of those two long arms and reached toward my face. I flinched, squeezing my eyes shut, waiting for whatever was going to happen next, but nothing did. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. The mattress had returned to normal, no longer depressed by an invisible weight. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. As soon as it was a reasonable hour, I went to my commanding officer and requested a room change, making up some bullshit about Davies's snoring keeping me awake. Luckily, there was space in another room, and I moved my things that same day. I never saw the figure again after that. I finished my enlistment without any further incidents, and I've tried to put the whole thing behind me. But sometimes I still wake up suddenly in the middle of the night, my heart racing, half expecting to see those reflective eyes staring back at me from the darkness. I've never been able to explain what I saw. Was it a ghost? Some kind of hallucination? Sleep paralysis that somehow allowed me to move? I don't know. But what I do know is that it was real. I saw it. I felt it sitting on my bed. And no amount of rational explanation has ever been able to convince me otherwise. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else in those barracks ever saw it. If there's someone else out there who woke up at 3:17 a.m. to find they weren't alone. Someone else who knows what those reflective eyes look like in the darkness. I wonder if it's still there, watching other soldiers while they sleep, reaching out with those two long arms. And I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't closed my eyes that last time, if I'd let that cold hand touch my face. Story 12. I've lived in Port Haven my entire life. It's one of those small fishing towns where everybody knows everybody, and the smell of salt and fish permanently hangs in the air. My dad's been a fisherman since before I was born, and fishing with him has always been our thing. He taught me how to bait a hook when I was 5, and I caught my first striped bass when I was 7. Some of my best memories are just sitting on the pier with him, waiting for something to bite. But I should probably mention something else about me. I've been dealing with what my doctors call perceptual disturbances since I was about 19. That's a fancy way of saying I sometimes see or hear things that apparently aren't there. Nothing super dramatic like full-on conversations with imaginary people or anything like that. Just glimpses of shadows moving in my peripheral vision, whispers that sound like they're coming from the next room, that kind of stuff. I didn't tell anyone about it for years. I just figured I was tired or stressed, or my eyes were playing tricks on me. But last year, after I saw a woman standing in my kitchen at 3 a.m. who vanished when I turned on the light, I finally got scared enough to see someone about it. Been on medication for about 8 months now, and it's been helping. At least I thought it was helping until that night at the pier. It was a Tuesday in April. Dad called me around 1:45 in the morning, asking if I wanted to go night fishing. This wasn't unusual for us. The fish bite better at night sometimes, and Dad's always been a bit of an insomniac. I wasn't sleeping well anyway, so I agreed. He picked me up at 2:15, and we got to Blackstone Pier around 2:30. Blackstone's not the main pier in Port Haven. It's smaller, further out from town, and usually less crowded. That night, it was completely empty, which wasn't surprising given the hour. The night was clear but cold, one of those spring nights where you can see every star in the sky, but your breath still fogs in front of your face. The moon was almost full, casting enough light that we didn't even need our flashlights much. The water was calm, just gently lapping against the pier supports, making that hollow wooden echo sound that's so familiar if you've spent time on docks. We parked in the small gravel lot, and Dad started gathering our gear from the truck bed. I grabbed my tackle box and one of the rod cases, and we headed down to the pier. There's a little wooden walkway that connects the parking area to the actual pier, maybe 30 feet long. As we walked, I noticed the silhouette of someone standing at the far end of the pier. It was a man. I could tell that much from his build. He was just standing there, facing out toward the water. He was wearing dark pants, black, I think, and what looked like a hoodie or some kind of jacket. The moonlight was hitting him from behind, so I couldn't make out many details. I didn't think much of it at first. Night fishing isn't super common, but it's not unheard of either. Dad saw him too, and mentioned something like, "Looks like we're not the only crazy ones out tonight." When we got to the pier itself, I called out a friendly, "Hey there!" The figure didn't respond or move. I figured maybe he just didn't hear me, or was really focused on his fishing, so I didn't push it. Dad and I set our stuff down about halfway down the pier. I told Dad I was going to head back to the truck to grab our cooler and the other rods. He nodded and said he'd go say hi to the other fishermen and see if anything was biting. I walked back to the truck, grabbed what we needed, and came back maybe 3 minutes later. When I returned, Dad was standing alone at the end of the pier, looking confused. The other man was gone. "Where'd he go?" I asked, setting down the cooler. Dad turned to me with this weird expression. "I don't know," he said. "He was just here. I walked up and asked if he was having any luck, but he didn't answer. I turned around to set the poles down, and when I looked back, he was gone." I shrugged. "Maybe he left while you weren't looking." Dad shook his head. "I didn't hear him leave. No footsteps on the pier, no splash in the water. He just vanished." Something cold crawled up my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. "Dad," I said slowly. He would have had to walk past me to leave the pier. I was just on the walkway. There's no other way off. We both fell silent for a moment, processing this. Dad's not what you'd call a superstitious man. He's about as practical and down-to-earth as they come, but the look on his face told me he was just as confused as I was. "Maybe he slipped past while you were at the truck." Dad finally said, but his voice lacked conviction. Maybe, I agreed, but I knew he hadn't. The walkway was narrow, and I'd been carrying a bulky cooler. There's no way someone could have passed me without me noticing. We tried to shake it off and set up our gear, but the mood had changed. The peaceful night suddenly felt oppressive, like the darkness was watching us. I kept glancing back toward the shore, half expecting to see the figure standing there observing us. We fished for about an hour, but neither of us caught anything. The water was unusually still, almost unnaturally so. No fish jumping, no ripples except for our own lines hitting the water. Dad, who can usually talk for hours about nothing in particular, was quiet. I could tell he was still thinking about the mysterious fisherman. Around 3:45, Dad suggested we pack it up and try again another night. I agreed immediately, relieved. As we gathered our things, I noticed Dad staring at something further down the shoreline. "What's that over there?" he asked, pointing. I followed his gaze and saw a small wooden structure on another, smaller pier about a quarter-mile down the coast. In the moonlight, it looked like a cross. There seemed to be something at its base. Flowers, maybe? "Looks like some kind of memorial," I said. Dad frowned. "That wasn't there last week." We debated checking it out, but ultimately decided against it. It was late, we were both unsettled, and honestly, I just wanted to go home. We packed up the truck in silence and drove back to town. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I called my friend Megan, who works at the local newspaper, and asked if she knew anything about a memorial on the smaller pier near Blackstone. There was a pause on the line before she answered. "Yeah," she said quietly. "A guy named Jeff Harmon drowned there last Friday. He was night fishing alone, and they think he slipped and hit his head on the way down. They found his body Saturday morning. His family put up a cross over the weekend." My stomach dropped. "What did he look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Mid-30s, dark hair. Why? What was he wearing when they found him? Do you know?" Another pause. "Emily, what's going on? You sound weird." "Please, Megan, it's important." She sighed. "Let me check the report." "Okay, it says he was wearing black jeans and a navy hoodie." My hand started shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. I thanked Megan quickly and hung up before she could ask any more questions. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, trying to make sense of what had happened. That night, I went over to Dad's house. I found him sitting on his porch, staring out at nothing. When I told him what Megan had said, he didn't seem surprised. "I looked it up this morning," he admitted. "Found the obituary online." "Dad," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We both saw him. You tried to talk to him." He nodded slowly. "I know." "So what do we do with that information? What does it mean?" Dad was quiet for a long time before he answered. "I don't know, Emmy. I've been fishing those waters for 30 years and never experienced anything like that, but I know what I saw, and I know he disappeared in a way that wasn't normal." We sat in silence for a while, the implications hanging between us. Finally, I asked the question that had been haunting me all day. "Do you think this is connected to my, the things I've been seeing?" Dad looked at me, his face serious. "I don't know. Maybe. But I will say this. I've always believed you when you told me about the things you see. Never doubted for a second that you were experiencing them. But I always figured there was a medical explanation. Now, I'm not so sure." That conversation changed everything for me. For years, I'd been accepting the medical explanation that there was something wrong with my brain, that the shadows and whispers weren't real. But now that Dad, practical, skeptical Dad, had experienced the same thing I had, I couldn't help questioning everything. How many of my hallucinations might have been something else entirely? The woman in my kitchen that finally drove me to seek help. Was she really just a figment of my imagination? Or was she like the man on the pier, someone who had once been alive but no longer was? It's been 3 months since that night, and I've been off my medication for the last 2. Under medical supervision, I'm not completely reckless. The disturbances have returned, but I'm approaching them differently now. I'm not immediately dismissing them as not real. Instead, I'm trying to observe them, to understand them. Sometimes, late at night, I think about going back to Blackstone Pier alone, to see if he's still there, to try to communicate somehow. But I haven't worked up the courage yet. Part of me is still scared of what it might mean if he is there, and part of me is scared of what it might mean if he isn't. I don't have any neat conclusion to this. I don't understand what happened that night or what it means for my understanding of reality. All I know is that both my father and I saw something that cannot be explained by conventional logic. And that knowledge has forced me to reconsider everything I thought I knew about my own mind and the world around me. Has anyone else experienced something like this? A moment where you and someone else both witnessed something impossible? Did it change how you see the world? I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a completely different reality, and I'm not sure whether to step back or dive in. Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night 4 years ago. I was a senior in high school in Jakarta when it happened. Alila and I had been best friends since freshman year. We just clicked from the moment we met. She was always the adventurous one, while I was more cautious. She lived in this small village on the outskirts of Jakarta that her family had inhabited for generations, while I lived in a more modern area of the city. That Friday after school, Alila invited me for a sleepover at her place. We'd had sleepovers before, but always at my house in the city. This would be my first time staying overnight at her village home. I was excited. She'd been inviting me for ages, but it had never worked out until then. "Make sure you get here before Maghrib," she insisted while we packed our books after the last class. "The roads get confusing after dark, and my village is kind of hard to find if you don't know it." I nodded, not thinking much of it. In Indonesia, there's this widespread belief that supernatural beings become more active after Maghrib, sunset prayers, especially in rural areas. Growing up, our parents always warned us to be home before dark. I wasn't particularly superstitious, but these cultural beliefs are ingrained in you from childhood. "I'll be there by 4, I promised. My dad can drive me." "Perfect," Alila smiled. "Just remember to take the left road when you see the big banyan tree at the village entrance. The right road leads to a different part of the village." I should have paid more attention to her directions, but I was busy thinking about the homework we'd finished together and the movies we planned to watch. My dad got home from work a bit late that day, so we didn't leave until almost 5. I wasn't too worried. Sunset wasn't until around 6 p.m. in Jakarta this time of year. We'd still make it before dark. But Jakarta traffic had other plans. What should have been a 45-minute drive stretched to nearly an hour and a half. The sky was already darkening as we reached the outskirts of the city. I texted Alila that we were running late, and she seemed concerned, texting back, "Try to hurry. It's not good to be on these roads after dark." We finally reached what looked like her village entrance around 6:30 p.m. The sun had already set, and the twilight was quickly fading. My phone's reception became spotty as we drove deeper into the village area. Then I saw it, this massive banyan tree by the fork in the road, exactly as Alila had described. It was enormous, its aerial roots hanging down like curtains, creating this eerie silhouette against the darkening sky. Banyan trees have this reputation in Indonesian folklore. They're said to be homes for spirits and supernatural beings. Even my dad, who's usually pretty practical, muttered something about the tree looking anchor, supernaturally charged. "Left at the banyan tree," I reminded him, recalling Alila's instructions. We turned left and drove for about 5 minutes down a narrow road, lined with small houses and rice fields. The houses became more scattered and fewer lights were visible. Something felt off, but I couldn't place what it was. After another 5 minutes, we came to another fork, with what looked like the same banyan tree. "That's weird," my dad said, frowning. "Didn't we already pass this tree?" I squinted at it. It did look identical. The same massive trunk, the same pattern of hanging roots, but that couldn't be right. "Maybe it's a different tree," I suggested. "Let's go left again." We turned left once more and continued driving. The road seemed to be getting narrower, and the darkness was almost complete now. Only the headlights of our car illuminated the path ahead. The houses were few and far between, with barely any lights on. After another few minutes, we came to yet another fork with what appeared to be the same banyan tree. By now, my dad was visibly uncomfortable. "Rena, are you sure about the directions?" he asked, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I called Delilah, my heart beating faster. The call connected, but her voice was breaking up. "We keep passing the same banyan tree," I told her, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "We've gone left each time, but we seem to be going in circles." Right, always left." Her voice crackled through static. "Almost Maghrib. Hurry." The call dropped. I tried calling back, but there was no signal. "She said to keep going left," I told my dad, though I wasn't entirely sure that's what she meant. We turned left one more time, and this time the road seemed different. It wound through some rice fields, then into an area with more houses. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we saw a small blue house that matched Delilah's description of her home. "This is it," I said, relieved. It was completely dark now. My dad insisted on walking me to the door, clearly not comfortable with leaving me alone after our strange experience with the seemingly repeating banyan tree. Delilah opened the door before we even knocked. She looked surprised and worried. "Rena, you're so late. I was getting worried when your calls wouldn't go through anymore." "Sorry," I said, hugging her. "We got lost. We kept passing the same banyan tree over and over." A shadow passed over Delilah's face. She glanced at my dad, then back at me. "You shouldn't be out after Maghrib around here," she said quietly. Then, forcing a smile, she added, "But you're here now. Come in." My dad seemed reluctant to leave, but after making sure I was settled and exchanging numbers with Delilah's parents, who were heading out to visit a sick relative in another village, he finally departed. I watched through the window as his car's taillights disappeared down the dark road. Delilah's house was cozy but old. You could tell it had been in her family for generations. The wooden floors creaked slightly as we walked, and there was this faint smell of incense and old wood. Family photos lined the walls, along with some traditional Indonesian crafts and a few items that looked like protective charms. "My parents will be back late," Delilah explained as she led me to the living room. "My younger brothers are staying at my aunt's house tonight, so it's just us." The living room had an old TV, some worn but comfortable-looking furniture, and large windows that were now covered with heavy curtains. Delilah had laid out some pillows and blankets on the floor in front of the TV, along with our favorite snacks. "I thought we could watch some movies first, then do our homework if we're not too tired," she suggested. We settled down in front of the TV, and Delilah put on a comedy we both liked. It was around 8 p.m., and despite the initial weirdness of our journey, I was starting to relax. The movie was funny, and we were both laughing and commenting on the actors. About an hour into the movie, Delilah suddenly stood up. "I'm going to check if we have any more snacks in the kitchen," she said. "We've almost finished these chips." "Want me to come with you?" I offered. "No, it's fine. I'll be right back," she replied, heading toward the kitchen at the back of the house. I continued watching the movie, occasionally glancing at my phone. The reception was still bad, with only one bar showing. After a few minutes, I heard footsteps coming back from the kitchen. Alila returned and sat down next to me, but something felt different. At first I couldn't put my finger on what had changed. She was wearing the same clothes, a simple t-shirt and pajama pants. But as I glanced at her, I noticed her hair seemed messier than before, like someone had run their hands through it repeatedly. And she looked paler, though that could have been the TV light. "Did you find any snacks?" I asked. Alila stared at the TV for a moment before slowly turning her head toward me. Her movement seemed stiffer than usual. "No," she said, her voice slightly flatter than normal. "Nothing there." I nodded and turned back to the movie, but I couldn't focus anymore. Something about Alila felt off. She wasn't laughing at the funny parts anymore. Instead, she would occasionally let out a small laugh at random moments when nothing funny was happening on screen. After one particularly inappropriate laugh during a serious scene, I looked at her again. She was staring at the TV with an intensity that didn't match what was happening in the movie. Her eyes seemed wider, unblinking. "Are you okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. She turned to me again, that same slow, mechanical movement. "Yes," she said after a pause that was just a beat too long. "I'm fine." Then she smiled. It wasn't Alila's warm, familiar smile. It was wider, showing too many teeth, and it didn't reach her eyes. Those eyes just kept staring, unblinking. My heart started racing, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. This was Alila, my best friend. Maybe she was just tired or not feeling well, or maybe she was trying to prank me. She did have a mischievous streak. "You sure? You seem a bit different," I pressed. "Different?" she repeated, tilting her head at an odd angle. Then she laughed again, a high-pitched sound that didn't sound like Alila at all. "No, I'm the same, always the same." I tried to focus on the movie again, but I was hyper-aware of her every movement beside me. The way she breathed seemed wrong somehow, too measured, too deliberate. And she kept making these small movements with her fingers, like she was getting used to how they worked. After about 20 minutes of this growing tension, Alila suddenly laughed again, that same inappropriate, high-pitched laugh. Then she stood up in a single, fluid motion that seemed too quick, too smooth. "I need to stretch," she announced, still with that too wide smile. What happened next is something I still see in my nightmares. Alila bent backward, way backward. It was like watching someone perform a wheel pose in yoga, except there was something horribly wrong about it. Her back arched at an impossible angle, her stomach pointing up at the ceiling, her head completely upside down, face looking at me from between her legs. And she was still smiling that wide, unnatural smile, her eyes fixed on me even from that impossible position. "Isn't this fun, Rena?" she asked, her voice now distorted, coming from that upside-down face. "Don't you want to stretch too?" I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I was frozen in absolute terror as I watched my best friend's body contorted in this inhuman position. This wasn't Alila. It couldn't be. Then, still in that wheel position, she began to move. Not walking, not crawling, but something in between. Her arms and legs moved in a jerky, insect-like manner as she skittered toward the kitchen, still facing me, still smiling that horrible smile. "Come join me in the kitchen, Rena," she called in that distorted voice. "There's something I want to show you." She disappeared into the darkness of the kitchen, that unnatural laugh echoing behind her. I sat there, paralyzed with fear. The movie continued playing in the background, the cheerful dialogue a surreal contrast to the horror I'd just witnessed. I don't know how long I sat there. It could have been minutes. It could have been an hour. The house was completely silent now. No sounds came from the kitchen. I was terrified of what might come back through that kitchen doorway. I wanted to run, but where would I go? It was pitch black outside. I didn't know the village, and whatever was happening, I couldn't leave Alila, the real Alila, if she was in trouble. My phone suddenly rang, making me jump and scream. With shaking hands, I looked at the screen. It was Alila. Alila? But she was just... I answered the call, my entire body trembling. Rena? Alila's normal voice came through the phone. I'm outside at the gate. Can you come open it for me? My hands are full with groceries. What? I stammered. Where are you? At the front gate, she repeated, sounding confused. I went to the small shop down the road to get us some snacks. The kitchen was empty, remember? I asked if you wanted to come, but you were just staring at the TV. Can you please open the gate? It's kind of creepy out here alone. My blood ran cold. If Alila was outside, then who or what had been sitting with me for the past hour? What had bent its body in that impossible way and crawled into the kitchen? Rena, are you there? Alila's voice sounded worried now. Yeah, I managed to say. I'll come open the gate. I stood up on legs that felt like jelly. The kitchen doorway remained dark and silent. I had to walk past it to reach the front door. Taking a deep breath, I moved as quickly as I could, keeping my eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to look into the kitchen as I passed. I fumbled with the locks on the front door, my hand shaking so badly I could barely manage it. Finally, I got the door open and practically ran to the gate. And there was Alila, the real Alila, standing outside with plastic bags full of snacks, looking perfectly normal and slightly confused at my terrified expression. Are you okay? She asked as I frantically unlocked the gate. You look like you've seen a ghost. I couldn't answer. I just grabbed her arm and pulled her inside, quickly locking the gate behind us. Rena, you're scaring me, she said, as I dragged her toward the house, constantly looking over my shoulder. What happened? Only when we were back inside with the door locked did I finally tell her what had happened. As I spoke, Alila's face grew increasingly pale. But that's impossible, she said when I finished. I was only gone for about 20 minutes. I asked if you wanted to come, but you just stared at the TV like you didn't hear me. I thought you were really into the movie, so I just went by myself. Alila, I swear something was here with me, I insisted, my voice breaking. Something pretending to be you. We searched the entire house together, turning on every light. The kitchen was empty. Every room was normal. There was no sign of anyone or anything else in the house. Alila's parents came home a few hours later to find us huddled together in the living room with all the lights on, still too terrified to sleep. We told them what happened, but they looked skeptical, though I could tell from the way Alila's mother kept glancing nervously at the kitchen that she wasn't entirely dismissing our story. The village has stories, she finally said, about things that can take human form, especially after dark. That's why we always warn people not to travel here after Maghrib. We didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, my dad came to pick me up first thing. I've never been back to Alila's village. To this day, Alila and I can't explain what happened. She remembers asking me if I wanted to come to the store and me ignoring her. I remember her saying she was going to check the kitchen and then returning as something else. We have completely different memories of those same moments. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, remembering that inhuman smile and the sound of that thing crawling into the kitchen. I never found out what it wanted to show me in there, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. Some things are better left unknown. All I know is that whatever was in Alila's house that night wasn't human. And sometimes when I look at old photos of us from high school, I catch myself counting the people in the pictures, making sure there isn't someone or something extra that shouldn't be there. Story 14. I still can't wrap my head around what happened last weekend. I've been sitting here staring at my laptop for almost an hour, trying to figure out how to even start typing this. My hands are shaking just thinking about it. I'm not usually the type to believe in ghosts or whatever, but after what happened at my sister's place, I don't know what to believe anymore. For context, I'm Sophie, 26. and I was visiting my older sister Rachel and her family in this tiny town outside Charleston, West Virginia. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing that happens is when the high school football team wins a game. Rachel moved there about 10 years ago when she married Tom, and they have twin girls, Ellie and Lily, who are 16 now. I try to visit at least once a year, usually around the holidays. But this time I came in October because I had some vacation days to use up. The town is actually really pretty in the fall, all those trees turning orange and red against the mountains. It's the kind of place that looks straight out of a postcard. Anyway, Rachel's house is this old 2-story farmhouse that's been renovated. It's probably from the early 1900s, with those creaky wooden floors and weird little nooks and crannies everywhere. The kind of place real estate agents would call full of character, but actually means weird layout and drafty as hell. I arrived on Friday afternoon, and everything was normal. We had dinner, caught up on family gossip, and the girls showed me their TikTok dances, which I pretended to understand. That night, I slept in the guest bedroom on the first floor while everyone else was upstairs. Saturday was when things got weird. We were all sitting around after breakfast. Rachel and Tom were doing dishes. I was scrolling through my phone, and the twins were arguing about some show they were watching. Then Rachel asked if anyone wanted more coffee, and it just triggered this memory I hadn't thought about in years. "You know what's weird?" I said, not really thinking about it. "I just remembered something that happened when I was about 15. Everyone kind of perked up, probably expecting some embarrassing teenage story they could laugh at. It was winter, right before Christmas, and I woke up super early, like 5 a.m. or something. I was thirsty, so I went downstairs to the kitchen, and I swear to God there was this girl standing in the doorway. Rachel looked at me funny. "What girl?" That's the thing, I didn't recognize her. She had this long blonde hair and was wearing this old-fashioned blue dress with ruffles, like something from an old movie or something. I remember thinking maybe she was a friend of yours who slept over, but you didn't have any friends over that night. I took a sip of my coffee, feeling weirdly uncomfortable just talking about it. Anyway, I called out something like, "Hello," and she turned around really fast and ran toward that big hallway mirror we had, and then she just jumped into it, like she didn't crash into it. She went into it and disappeared. The kitchen got really quiet. I laughed nervously. I mean, obviously I was half asleep or something. I went back to bed and convinced myself it was a dream. I don't think I ever even told anyone. When I looked up, Rachel was staring at me, her face completely white. Tom had stopped washing dishes and was frozen with a plate in his hand. But what really freaked me out was the twins. Lily looked confused, but Ellie looked like she'd seen a ghost, which I guess is exactly what happened. "What did you say she was wearing?" Ellie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "A blue dress, with ruffles, like an old-fashioned thing." "Why?" Ellie looked at her parents, then back at me. "I've seen her too, here, in this house." I felt this cold shiver run down my spine. "What? When?" "About 6 months ago. I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a girl standing at the foot of Lily's bed, just watching her sleep. Blonde hair, blue dress with ruffles. Exactly like you described." Lily sat up straight. "Wait, that's what you were talking about? I thought you were making it up to freak me out." "I wasn't making it up," Ellie snapped. "She was right there staring at you. I was too scared to move. I closed my eyes for like a second, and when I opened them again, she was gone." Rachel sat down heavily. "Why didn't you tell us?" Ellie shrugged. "I don't know. I thought you'd think I was crazy or something, or sleepwalking. You're always saying I have an overactive imagination." Tom came over from the sink. "Did she do anything? Say anything?" "No," Ellie said. "She just stood there. She didn't seem bad, you know. Just curious, like she was trying to figure something out." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The same girl I'd seen over a decade ago, in a completely different house, hundreds of miles away, had apparently visited my niece. And there was no way Ellie could have known about my experience. I'd never told anyone, not even Rachel. "This is insane," I said. "Maybe we're both remembering some character from a movie or a book we read as kids." Rachel shook her head. "But why would you both have the same vision or whatever, in completely different places, years apart?" We sat there trying to rationalize it for a while. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe Ellie had heard me talk about it years ago and forgotten. Maybe we were both just remembering Alice from Alice in Wonderland wrong. Actually, that's what Lily started calling her. She sounds like Alice, you know, from Wonderland. The blue dress, jumping into the mirror like it was a rabbit hole. The name stuck. For the rest of the day, we kept referring to her as Alice, which somehow made it less scary, like we were talking about a character in a book instead of a ghost or whatever she was. Rachel started asking if anyone else in the family had ever mentioned seeing a girl like that. Tom called his mum, who's super into family history, but she'd never heard anything about a blonde girl in a blue dress. I texted our parents, who thought we were playing a prank on them. That night we all stayed up late talking about Alice. It was kind of fun at first, like telling ghost stories around a campfire. Ellie and I compared details, the exact shade of blonde, honey-colored, the style of the dress, like from the Victorian era maybe, how old she seemed, around 12 or 13. The more we talked, the more certain I became that we'd seen the same, whatever she was. Then Rachel brought out this old photo album with pictures of our family from way back. We flipped through black and white photos of great-grandparents and distant cousins, looking for any girl who matched our description. We didn't find anyone who looked exactly like Alice, but there was one faded photo from the 1920s of a girl with light hair, wearing what might have been a blue dress. The photo was too grainy to tell for sure, and no one could remember who she was, just some distant relative on our mum's side. Around midnight, we finally went to bed. I was staying in the downstairs guest room again, which suddenly felt a lot less cozy than it had the night before. Every creak and shadow made me jump. I kept my phone right next to me, screen facing up so it would illuminate the room if I needed to grab it quickly. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was 3:47 a.m. A text from Ellie. "Are you awake?" I texted back, "I am now. Everything okay?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, "I think Alice is back." My heart started racing. I sat up in bed, turning on the lamp. "Where?" "Upstairs hallway." I got up to go to the bathroom and saw her standing by the mirror. I hesitated, part of me wanting to hide under the covers, the other part needing to see for myself. "I'm coming up." The house was freezing as I crept up the stairs, trying not to wake Rachel and Tom. The upstairs hallway was dark except for a nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. Ellie was standing in her doorway in pajamas, looking terrified. "Where?" I whispered. She pointed toward the large mirror hanging at the end of the hallway. She was right there, looking into it. Then she turned and looked at me and then just faded away. We stood there for a minute, staring at the mirror. It was just an ordinary mirror in an antique wooden frame. Nothing special about it, but I couldn't help remembering how the Alice I'd seen had jumped into my parents' hallway mirror. "How long have you had that mirror?" I asked. Ellie shrugged. "Forever. Mom says it came from Great-Grandma's house, Great-Grandma Evans, my mom's grandmother, the same side of the family as the girl in the grainy photo." "Let's go look at that photo again," I whispered. We tiptoed downstairs to where Rachel had left the photo album on the coffee table. Using the flashlight on my phone, we found the page with the faded photo of the light-haired girl. There was writing on the back I hadn't noticed before, in faded pencil, barely legible, "Alice E., summer 1923. Alice. Her actual name was Alice. I felt goosebumps all over my arms. Ellie must have felt the same because she grabbed my hand so tight it hurt. "Sophie," she whispered, "do you think she's trying to tell us something?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But why us? Why me when I was 15 and you now?" "Maybe," Ellie hesitated. "Maybe she appears to girls in the family when they're around our age, like you saw her when you were 15, and I'm 16 now." It made a weird kind of sense. "But what does she want?" Ellie shook her head. "I don't think she wants anything bad. She doesn't feel scary, you know? Just sad, like she's lost or something." We sat there for a while, flipping through the album, looking for more clues about Alice E. There wasn't much, just that one photo. Eventually we went back to bed, though I don't think either of us slept much. The next morning at breakfast, we told Rachel and Tom about what happened. They were freaked out, but trying not to show it for our sake. Tom suggested maybe the house had some kind of energy that was making us see things. Rachel wondered if we should talk to someone at the local historical society to research the house and our family more. We were still discussing it when the strangest thing happened. We heard this weird thumping sound coming from upstairs, like someone dropping a book. Then another, and another. Tom went up to check. A minute later he called down, "Rachel, Sophie, you guys might want to see this." We all went upstairs. The hallway mirror had fallen off the wall. It wasn't broken, just lying face up on the carpet. And on top of it was the photo album, open to the page with Alice's picture. No one had brought the album upstairs. No one had touched the mirror. Lily started crying. Even Tom looked scared. Rachel started talking about calling someone, a priest or a paranormal investigator or something. But I had this sudden impulse to talk to Alice directly. I knelt down next to the mirror. "Alice? Is that your name? Alice E? Are you trying to tell us something?" The house was completely silent. No response. Then Ellie gasped, "Look at the picture." We all stared at the photo. Nothing seemed different at first. But then I realized the girl in the photo was smiling now. I could swear she hadn't been smiling before. Rachel picked up the album with shaking hands. "This is impossible. Photos don't just change." But we all saw it. Alice, smiling at us from nearly 100 years ago. We spent the rest of the day in a daze, jumping at every sound. By evening, Rachel and Tom had convinced themselves there must be some logical explanation. Maybe the mirror fell because the nail was loose. Maybe the album was left upstairs and we forgot. Maybe the photo always showed Alice smiling and we just remembered it wrong. But Ellie and I knew better. Alice had heard us. She'd responded in the only way she could. I had to leave that afternoon to drive back home. As I was packing, Ellie came into the guest room. "Do you think she'll come back?" she asked. "I don't know," I said honestly. "But I don't think you need to be afraid of her." "I'm not," Ellie said. "I just wish I knew what happened to her, why she's still around." I hugged her goodbye, promising to help research our family history when I got home. Maybe we could find out more about Alice E. Just before I left, I went upstairs one last time to use the bathroom. The mirror was back on the wall. Tom had rehung it that morning. As I washed my hands, I couldn't help glancing at my reflection. For a split second, so quick I almost missed it, I saw her, standing behind me, blonde hair, blue dress with ruffles. Alice. She wasn't smiling now. She just looked sad. Lost. Then she was gone. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. I didn't want to scare Ellie more than she already was. But as I drove home, I couldn't stop thinking about Alice. Who she was, what happened to her, and why she was reaching out to us across time. I'm back home now, trying to make sense of it all. I've started researching our family history online, looking for any mention of an Alice E. from the 1920s. So far, nothing. But I can't shake the feeling that she's not done with us yet. That mirror in Rachel's hallway, the one from great-grandma's house, there's something about it, something special. Last night, I dreamed about Alice. She was standing in front of a mirror, but instead of her reflection, the mirror showed a sunny field full of wildflowers. She turned to look at me, and I swear she was trying to tell me something, but I woke up before I could figure out what. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know if Alice is a ghost or a memory or something else entirely, but I do know that she's connected to us, to me and Ellie specifically, and I can't help wondering who else in our family might have seen her over the years, who else she might visit in the future. All I know for sure is that somewhere between this world and whatever lies beyond the mirror, Alice is waiting, and for some reason, she's chosen us to see her. Story 15. I've been debating whether to post this for years now. I guess part of me has been afraid that writing about it might somehow bring it back. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened back in 2007 when I was 23, living in a small town in western New York. Not gonna name the exact location because some folks from there might recognize details, but it's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and there's not much to do except drink at the one bar in town or find your own entertainment. My friends John, Jean, and I were really into paranormal stuff back then. We'd spend nights watching ghost hunters and swapping local legends. John was this big guy, like 6'4", worked construction, built like a linebacker, the type of guy you'd want next to you in a bar fight. Not someone who's scared easily. Jean was the creative one, always had her camera, loved photography and documenting everything. Me, I was just along for the ride most times, skeptical but curious. It was late October, getting cold at night, and we decided to go ghost hunting on a Friday. We'd done this maybe 5 or 6 times before, usually ending up laughing at ourselves when we'd get spooked by raccoons or whatever. This time, Jean wanted to check out this old cemetery on the outskirts of town that supposedly had some Civil War graves and local haunting stories attached to it. We loaded up John's beat-up Jeep Cherokee around 11 p.m. with flashlights, Jean's camera equipment, and a couple of beers, stupid in retrospect. The cemetery was down this narrow back road about 15 minutes outside of town. No streetlights except for one single lamp at a small intersection near the cemetery entrance. We parked along the road, about 30 yards from the cemetery gate. Jan was excited to get some orb photos or whatever, so she grabbed her camera and headed in. John and I stayed by the car, honestly because it was cold as hell and we were being lazy. Jean said she'd be back in 20 minutes tops. John and I were leaning against the hood of the Jeep, bullshitting about work and whatever. The road was completely silent. No cars had passed since we arrived. There was just that single streetlight maybe 60 yards ahead at the intersection, casting this weird yellow glow with moths fluttering around it. We'd been there maybe 10 minutes when I noticed something. At first it was just movement in my peripheral vision, but then I focused on it directly. Under that streetlight, there was, I don't even know how to describe it properly, a figure, a black figure wearing what looked like a wide-brimmed hat, like an old-fashioned fedora or something. Here's where it gets hard to explain. This wasn't just a person wearing black clothes. This thing was black, like blacker than black. It was like looking at a human-shaped void that was just sucking in the light around it. No features whatsoever, no face, no hands, just this pitch-black silhouette. I remember my mouth going completely dry. I started to say something to John, but before I could get a word out, he grabbed my arm so hard it left a bruise. He was seeing it too. The figure took about 3 steps forward. Its movement was wrong, fluid but unnatural, like it was gliding but pretending to walk. I couldn't hear any footsteps, even though the night was dead silent. Then, in a split second, the figure changed. It didn't gradually transform. It just instantly morphed into the shape of a black cat, but still with that same light-absorbing quality. This cat shape darted across the road and disappeared into the field opposite the cemetery. John and I didn't say a single word. I couldn't move. I literally felt frozen in place, and my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. When I finally looked at John, his face was completely drained of color. His hand was still clamped on my arm, and he was trembling. This guy, this huge, tough construction worker who I'd seen break up bar fights without breaking a sweat, had tears in his eyes. Not crying exactly, but his eyes were wet and wide with absolute terror. We stayed like that until Jean came back about 5 minutes later. She found us both still leaning against the car, barely having moved an inch. She immediately knew something was wrong and started asking questions, but neither of us could really explain what we'd seen. John just mumbled that we needed to leave, right now. The drive back was mostly silent. Jean kept trying to get us to explain what happened, but I could barely string a sentence together. About halfway back to town, John suddenly said, "We need to stop at St. Michael's." It was the Catholic church he attended. It was nearly 1 a.m. by then, but John insisted. We pulled into the empty church parking lot, and John led us to a side entrance he knew would be unlocked. Inside, he walked straight to a statue of Mary and just dropped to his knees and started praying. I'm not religious, but seeing John like that, this big, tough guy kneeling and whispering prayers with his hands shaking, that scared me almost as much as what we'd seen. Jean and I waited awkwardly, not knowing what to do. After about 10 minutes, John got up, wiped his face, and said, "Let's go." He didn't explain, and we didn't ask. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that featureless black shape. I kept my bedside lamp on until sunrise. The next day I called John, but he didn't want to talk about it. He just said, "Let's not go back there again," and changed the subject. We never went ghost hunting after that night. The three of us stayed friends, but we tacitly agreed not to bring up what happened. Whenever the subject of paranormal stuff came up, John would find a reason to leave the room. About 3 years later, Jean and I were hanging out having a few drinks when she suddenly asked me, "Do you ever think about that night at the cemetery?" I admitted that I did, probably more than I should. Then she told me something that made my blood run cold. Jean said that after that night, her mom, who she was living with at the time, started noticing weird things happening in their house. The main thing was that all the crosses in the house, and her mom had a lot of them, kept turning upside down. They'd fix them in the morning, and by the next day they'd be inverted again. This went on for weeks. Jean's mom was deeply religious and eventually got so freaked out that she spent an entire day blessing the house, going room to room praying with holy water. According to Jean, after that, the crosses stopped turning and things went back to normal. Jean asked me what actually happened that night while she was in the cemetery. For the first time, I described in detail what John and I had seen. When I finished, Jean was quiet for a long time before saying, "I think something followed us home that night." I still don't know what we saw. I've researched similar experiences over the years and found accounts of something called the Hat Man, a shadow figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat that people have reported seeing. Some descriptions match exactly what we witnessed that night. John moved away a couple years after the incident. Last I heard, he'd gotten really involved with his church. Jean still lives in the area, but doesn't go to that cemetery anymore. As for me, I've never experienced anything like that again, and I hope I never do. Sometimes when I'm driving at night and pass a lone street light, I can't help but scan the pool of light, half expecting to see that blacker-than-black figure standing there. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. But I know what I saw, and I know the fear I felt was more real than anything I've experienced before or since. Whatever was on that road that night, I hope it stayed there. Or if it did follow us home like Jean suggested, I hope her mother's prayers sent it back where it came from. All I know is I'll never go ghost hunting again, and I'll never forget the sight of that featureless void standing under the yellow glow of that streetlight. Some things once seen can't be unseen.